Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. Good morning, traders. Welcome back to the action. It's going to be a great day right here on Trade the Pool. The SPY is pulling back, giving us opportunities. And of course, it's the biggest day of the week as we get Google, Tesla to report after the bell. We'll be covering all the earnings right here. You don't want to miss it. This is the place to be. Trade the Pool. Smash that like, hit the subscribe, and we'll keep the party going. We'll get to some trade ideas coming up. And like always, we always got some specials for you guys. Get ready because we got a great one for you today. A 48-hour only special. Now only less than 24 hours. Well, don't miss it. We'll talk all about that coming up. Let's get to some playbook action. Let's take a look at some trade ideas. Money Mitch has been on fire all week. Let's keep the fire going. I'm looking to see if SoFi starts to play in. Of course, it reports the next week on the 29th, which will be next week, Wednesday. So about 7 days from now. And you started to see a little bit of a tweak back yesterday as financials started to come back in. So I'm wondering, can we start to see this name start to do a takeoff? Of course, this is a retail favorite. Really, Lynette mentioned it. We got to be careful for moves in the 19s. The real takeout to the upside is a 20 hit or higher. We got really close to it here. We went to 1974. So making sure that we're above the 20s is really going to be key. But do we get that run until the 20 today? We'll see what happens. Do we start to just drive up? We'll be looking at it. Yesterday's driving into the closing action. We're using that yesterday's prior resistance as support. So somewhere in between the 745, the 730s, 1730s, 1745, somewhere in that range, I'm going to be looking for this to go red to green back to the upside. We'll see what happens there in SoFi. Of course, you can watch on also different names to be looking at in the report. Also, we got Visa, MasterCard that I've mentioned in the past couple of weeks that have been doing well. These are all kind of credit services names that you can keep an eye out for. And of course, reporting next week. Let's go to the next action trade here. Let's keep the party going. Let's go to a long on SCCO. SCCO, of course, copper stock. Yesterday, copper was really hot, started to get going. I'm wondering, does this trade continue this morning? It looks like SCCO could make an attempt back up into here. Could we make a move up into the 200s? That's what I'm going to be looking for SCCO. We'll see if it gets back up there. The copper breakout trade. All right, let's go to a long on potential of HPE. This is the communications equipment break as Hewlett Packard surged 4.85 to close at 46.72, acting as the clean, steady expression of the broader communication equipment bounce. You saw AAOI up 15.76%, LITE up 9.41%. The chart wants 50 and above. The trigger, a long entry on a breakout above the 48 is what I'm seeing here. We'll look to see if we get that action. Can we trigger right back above yesterday's action? Yesterday, even in the after hours, we were pushing up there to 50. So we'll look to see if we get that bounce, climb right back to the upside. The theme today, the V bottom confirms. Now we'll have to see, can it hold? Yesterday was looking for that V bottom. And I don't think there was really many people out in Wall Street calling for that V bottom like I was right here on Trade the Pool, the one and only. Right? Undercut and rally played out here in force with 10 of the 11 sectors yesterday closing green as AI hardware surged. Computer systems were up 8.01% and SanDisk up over 16%. And yes, guys, I cashed out for over 17% winner there on SanDisk. That's what it's all about. NASDAQ 100 reclaimed the 707 floor, up 1.85% yesterday, all the way up there to 708.97, while the S&P 500 turned up. Right now, we need to keep our eyes to see what's going on with oil. Another thing to kind of watch, of course, will be, does the industrials continue to close green with oil to the upside? That was a telling sign yesterday that we were seeing a healthy market broadening out rather than a narrow tech pop. And this was important. This is what I was highlighting throughout the show yesterday. So I hope you guys enjoy that action. Today's main event, of course, a $6 trillion AI test after the close with Alphabet and Tesla will be reporting. All right, let's keep the party going. Let's go to the Sunrise Report where we give you guys what stocks are moving and why. I'll catch some comments in the chat. Let's keep the party rocking. It's good to see you out there, Nigel. What's going on there, Joe? Everyone in the chat, say hello. Day trade with Tony. It's good to see you. The Twins are doing well and as crazy as ever. Let's just say that much. They're 2-year-olds, right? So 2-year-olds are going to do 2-year-old things, man. And let's just say the patience is getting bigger. Got to grow that patience, Day Trade Tony. It's good to see you on, man. I definitely, like I always say, Day Trade with Tony. The door's open to you, my friend, if you ever want to hop onto the show and just trade. Or maybe you're seeing a great setup and you want to bring it to the team. You want to bring it to all of us out here. It's always good to see a lot of familiar faces. Nigel, of course, mentioning Tesla yesterday, was on the watch for the move above right out the gates, and look at that breakout. Now we've pulled back. Will it be able to hold the move? Something that we'll be looking at during the show. Let's kick off the Sunrise Report. Of course, the chip rebound and just pick up with heavyweight endorsement. The tape doesn't quite know what to do with right now. Super microcomputer pre-announced with a record $60 billion order haul and a gross margin increase of pretty much doubling, 100% increase on the margin outlook. Let's take a look at that SMCI pop. Last night, this was up there in the 30s, 3080s, and I was actually even thinking about shorting this thing because I felt like the pop was a little bit overdone, and man, should have taken that shot. You can see it now down there towards the 2840s. Not a bad shot as it starts to come back, but I think we'll be taking a look to see how this reacts towards the open, right? Of course, this happened in the after hours, which got a quick pop. It also mentioned that, hey, if Super Microcomputer is going to have a $60 billion order, you saw Kramer out there saying, well, what's going to happen with Dell? They're probably going to kill it also. I was like, man, please, Kramer, don't do that to us. But of course, we'll take a look at some other trades. GE Vernova posted a monster quarter with orders up 88% and raised the year, both screaming that the AI CapEx spigot is still wide open. You heard it here, guys. This is what I've been hammering the hammer down on. That nothing has been broken in the AI complex. It's just been euphoria taken out of the trades. The first two of the Magnificent Seven to print today. Will this render the verdict on whether the AI trade has any right to keep leading the tape, with Brent screaming through 94, 10-year yields at 2-month highs, 2 green days of chip leadership meets one pivotal aftermarket gauntlet. We'll see what happens there. Catch the action right here on Trade the Pool. We'll be covering it live, of course, in our earnings stream. Don't miss it, guys. I hope to see you guys there, and we'll be looking at it. I might even pop by, guys. NASDAQ leads the retreat, of course, as the traders are pulling back a little bit. The Cosby did the impossible. South Korean benchmark surged 4.6% overnight as the leverage short unwound and had driven the index nearly 30% below its peak that it had appeared to, of course, nearing that exhaustion. Samsung, SK Hynix, the two names that anchored the global chip rout, led the rebound. So that's what was really happening. Now the question is, can they continue, right? Oil is on its 4th-day tear, so we'll continue to watch some oil action. XLE, you can see it now up there towards 59.21s. And we were talking about names like Chevron just last week. Chevron was down here as it was crossing the trend line back up into the 180s, 181 here. I actually traded it on that day here. That was on July 15th. It's now 193. So I hope you guys are enjoying the action there, as Brent traded this morning around 94.20. So up 3.5% and climbing for the 4th straight day. Of course, U.S. military not helping things with the 11th consecutive night strikes against Iran, plus the Secretary of State Aruba on record that Tehran is not serious about talks. So, hey, this seems like it's going to continue going, and definitely I don't think what Trump wanted, because now there's going to more than likely be a war when the elections come around. Tariffs, of course, piled a fresh layer on the risk premium. A 25% duty on Brazilian goods takes effect this morning under Section 338 authority Trump has been leaning on. The administration is preparing to replace the expiring 10% global tariff baseline with permanent higher rates when it lapses on Friday. Separate proposal for 100% tariffs on imported generic drugs is also in the works, which sent pharma and drug distributors' names lower in the overseas trade. So take a look at that action. If you're making drugs overseas, you ain't sending it here with 100% tariffs, or at least you're not doing it cheap. The macro threat, of course, now carries a war premium in the energy and duration premiums in yield, a policy premium in the FX. All three land in the tape today before the opening bell. All right, let's take a look at some pre-market movers. Of course, GEV up massive. We've already talked about Super Microcomputer, as of course that one came out with the crazy kind of adjustment. Let's take a look here at GEV's earnings, as it is trading down a little bit here on really good earnings, right? This is what I always talk about. It doesn't matter if you beat the expectations here. Reported BMO here, revenues at 11.1 billion, up 22% year over year on the beat. Diluted EPS at 247, orders at 24.2 billion, up 88% organically. Backlog of 176 billion, free cash flows of 5.1 billion versus 0.2 billion year ago. Wow. That's an insane number there for the free cash flow to get that high. Management raised full year 26 revenues to 45.5 and 46.5 billion on the high end, and free cash flow all the way up to 11.5 billion and 12.5 billion, when just a year ago it was at 0.2. Wow, that's a step change guide right there. Big guidance lift. Power and electrification carried it, of course. We'll see what happens here. The AI power lane just delivered the number the bulls were pricing and looking for. We'll see. Can we see this number rebound? Right now, we are seeing GEV down a little bit. We'll be taking a look to see what happens there. Let me go through a couple more earnings reports, and we'll bring on Michael Noss in just a second here, guys. AT&T up there. You'll see it up there to 23.40s, up 2.6%. Q2 EPS at 66 cents versus 59-cent concession. 11.2% beat here on revenue at 31.6 billion, up 2.3%, slightly light of the 31.82 billion expectation. So this shows you more and more, right, how earnings kind of works. This number, AT&T, beat on the EPS, but misses on revenue and is up. This is how it works, guys. It doesn't matter about the numbers. Operating margins, of course, expanding to 23.3 from 21.1. Fiber and wireless growth carried the top line, and the acquired Lumen mass market fiber assets contributed. The bar, of course, was set defensive after the week for price target cuts, and the print cleared the move to the upside. So it looks like the bar might have been set low here, and that's why they're getting their lift. Dell up 6%. Let's go to Dell really quickly. Dell up 6% here. The rally needs, of course, the super microcomputer sympathy play, and it got the big push. It got the push also from Kramer. I mentioned it. We'll see what happens there. Of course, everyone will be in focus today for Alpha and Tesla. The Mag 7 trial opens. Two of the world's most watched mega caps print today in the same hour. So we'll see what happens there with Google. We'll see what happens there with Tesla. Can these stocks get going today? And of course, everyone will be watching to see the operating story in Tesla, what's going on with Optimus, Robotaxi, autonomous, and whether the margin recovery is durable. And then when we talk about Google, we'll be taking a look at the cloud space. Like I've mentioned, that's really my biggest focus, as cloud growth holds a 60% plus print. That's really what you want to be seeing. If you see it above that level, you see the crowd growth continuing, that can open the door for some upside. We'll see what happens there. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Noss now. I know he's ready to get after it. We are in one of the biggest days of the week, of course, biggest day of this week, as we get the big boy earnings. What's going on, Michael? How did you like the rally yesterday?
Yeah, inside day on the SPY. It's good to be up. Shame we couldn't get through prior day's high. So I don't know,
How
maybe.
is that V bottom look on the Qs, man?
Yeah, the Qs did a little better, but obviously they're down way more
Oh,
today. They got a little bit above yesterday's high. Yeah, the
yeah.
SPY just couldn't. So your average stock just couldn't make it through, and it's like we talked about. You were talking about tonight is what matters. No one cares what happened yesterday. No one cares about what's happening today. It's like tonight. This is all just a lead up to the main show, which is some of these. It's again, so much cooler when it was all on one day. But we've got some this week. We got some next week. Even the earnings you were looking through, I was looking through some of them as they went, right? Not huge crazy moves on any of these things, and it just seems like you're at the trailers before the movie starts. The movie starts tonight, and you can see this has been the range for. I'll just move this down to here, but this has been the range since the beginning of the month. So the whole market's just been on pause, and it's like we're just waiting for what thing that makes the most sense, I think, to most people is waiting for this massive amount of the market cap, the percentage of the companies that are reporting earnings. So, who cares if GEV missed earnings by a little bit and this one beat earnings by a little bit? It's like there's good things and bad things, I guess, about market cap weighting your indexes. The good thing is it seems to be a great investment strategy. If you look at SPY versus the RSP, buying more of the biggest names out there outperforms in the long run of just owning a little bit of everything. And then the downside is that there's just going to be a handful of companies that are going to move the needle. And those are coming up. Some of them are doing earnings tonight, and some of them are doing earnings next Wednesday. So just like we talked about pretty much all week, is I don't think that there's going to be anyone making huge bets enough to get us outside of this range. Again, hopefully the SPY just can maybe get through these highs, but we'll zoom in on that in a second. But we're just in this range, and there's not a big push in either direction. And it just like what I think needs to happen. This is just me speculating on earnings. You guys know I'm not the earnings guy, but they seem not screwed up. And I don't think there needs to be like blowout amazing. Oh my God, we're making more money than we ever thought was possible. Look at this. This is so crazy. I don't think we need that. I think we just need them to not screw it up. So we need them to kind of come in and say, yep, everyone's still on this AI train. Maybe there's some productivity gains happening somewhere, but just everything is A-okay. Everything's good. Everything's normal. And then maybe we kind of grind our way back up to these prior highs. And if we can get through those, maybe we take a shot there at all-time highs. We got to remember how much worse the Qs have been for a long time, right? This has not been the place to put your money for the last couple months anyway. And that's why I know a lot of people are a little bit of a sour mood, because they're like, man, I kind of really liked it when stuff was ripping, and it's just not now. But the rest of the market have been doing okay. So if we take a look here at IWM, IWM screamed through these 2 days highs. It's way closer to these prior highs. So just a lot of action outside of large cap tech. So if you want to focus on large cap tech, go ahead. The market's just telling you that there are other places that maybe are better use of your time and energy. And right, RSP, things like that, I think make perfect sense to look at just to see if we can get a little bit of a pop from there. Now, zooming in just a wee bit here on the SPY, you can see exactly, if I do like a 30-minute chart, you can see exactly what I'm talking about here with these prior highs. So this was the high here on the 20th, which was Monday, right? Monday was the 20th. So we made that high overnight on Monday. We fell down most Monday. We came back up. We got right to that prior high on Tuesday. Just not didn't break through, just hovered around that high that we made on Monday, and now we're right back down again. So on top of the large range that we're in, that you can see zoomed out here, we are now kind of inside this smaller range we're taking a look at. So this zone is definitely one to keep an eye on, just this area right here. And that's kind of 749, pretty much on the nose. So that's 2 equal highs in that zone. We got to get through that if we're going to challenge this high right here. So we're sitting and waiting. So this range is continuing. And again, this range has existed for over a month, and we just need to see a resolution of it. And then the question is, what could potentially do that? And the only thing really on the horizon I think anyone cares about is these large cap tech earnings. I am a little bit more skeptical that we are going to get that today, just because if you look at the earnings that go through, Tesla and Google, the market cap weighting of Google is decently high. Tesla, not so much, right? So it's like they are part of the Mag 7, but they are 2 of the 7, and they're not even like the biggest ones in the 7. And then if you look at next week, this is when I think things get a little bit more. Can I just go? Just let me click. Let me just click over here, man. This website. There we go. All right. Anyway, next week there's the bigger ones. It's this button here. There we go. All right. So next week is Microsoft, Meta, Apple. Right. So that's more of the Mag 7 and slightly larger overall components. So I don't think it will all be today, but I think today will be the first vibes more than anything, right? So it's, if Google comes through, and the main one people are going to be watching is Google comes through and they go, okay, yeah, we're still going to spend a bunch on AI. Everyone loves AI. This AI is the greatest thing ever. Then that more or less sets the tone, I think, for the rest of them. We're just range bound though. I wish I could come in and pounding the table and saying there's an epic something happening. But if you just zoom out and you take a look at the market, we're just hanging out inside of a range. So these are the moments where you build your list, you make a plan. And if this stock gets to that price, I'm interested. If this stock gets to that price, I'm interested. You focus on the parts of the markets that are doing well. Tech had a great day yesterday, but the question is that just higher beta because it moves more. But if you look at the Qs, we had these lows that have gone by for over a month now, and we hit those lows, and so far we failed them. And the Mag 7, maybe, and I hope not, could be looking at a failed breakout. So this high right here, and this is the equal weighted version of the Mag 7. It had equal highs here at 67 for a long time. It broke up, went up to 69, and boom, crashed back down right under 67. So we want to see that reverse quickly and get back above that, because that's, to me, looking like maybe a potential failed breakout there. Bitcoin, again, a lot of these things are trying to break out of ranges, but as I click through these, you can just see that the whole world is existing inside of a tight range. And then if we look at that and we go back to the seasonality talk, this makes perfect sense. All of these things, nothing's at really a new high. Nothing's at a dramatic new low either. Everything's just sitting inside of the middle of ranges. Well, maybe bonds are a little bit outside of a range, but most of these things are just inside these very tight ranges. Even USO, even oil is now testing this prior support zone, acting as resistance. Just so much going on, so much inside of a range that you just have to be very patient. If you're going to trade stuff, like focus on the high volume stuff. This is, I think, a good time for, like the penny stock and the low float traders to maybe take a couple shots. The rest of us are having just a chill time and just trying to remind ourselves over and over again that you don't need to go nuts every day. This is like a regroup period. This is, keep your capital, don't, blow up your account, have everything good. And then after maybe the earnings tonight, maybe the earnings next Wednesday, we get a shakeout outside this range. People start to get hyped up again. Things start to trend. And then that's when you put your foot back on the gas and let it rip. And it's this kind of ebb and flow of the market that I think gets most people. I don't think it's people lose money when markets crash. I think if you look at most traders, make a ton of money in like really bad, crazy bear markets and high volatility events. I think most people look at this. And again, I really got to ask, Mitch, we got to ask to see not individual data. I don't want anyone names or anything, but I just think it'd be super cool to compare the profit of the firm as a whole and trade the pool with like the level of the VIX, and just to see, because I would be willing to bet, I need the data to back this up, that it's these times where we get more people losing money than even in like the super crazy tariff tantrum, I'm going to end a civilization tonight kind of times. I don't think that's when people lose their money. If you're trading, I think it's this time. Investors, different story. But I would be willing to bet that we get a lot of accounts blowing up more out of boredom than out of like crazy volatility.
I wouldn't doubt it. One of the things is clearly is that when you trade the chop, you get choppy profits, and if you push too hard with a lot of volatility and size, one of the things is that when volatility and size is playing in the right direction, it can make you a lot of money. But when volatility dies down and then you use that same amount of volume, right, that just leaves you in what? In the realms of getting chopped up in between that big size. That's when usually traders struggle because they get too confident in trending markets, right? And you get too confident in trending markets, well, then it can easily humble you. Majority of traders, I would have to put more into the camp that they are trend traders than they are mean reversion traders. And that's the other big sign of this, right? Majority of traders, they just trade one direction only, long only. And so because of that, they struggle sometimes. In markets like this, if you're long only, you're going to have to time the market right. If not, you're going to get chopped up in between. But I do got it special for those out there that are trying not to get chopped up, hopefully, and trying to get after this earnings report tonight. So don't miss it, of course, you guys. We talked about it yesterday. We had 48 hours, but we have a big week, right? Bigger accounts right now. If you get a new account right now, you'll be getting that 60,000 flex buying power, right? Get more buying power right now. You got a 100K account, you get 120, right? Even if you're a user that's had an account in the past, all you got to do is get one today, right? Get one right now, and you'll be able to get that nice little boost. I don't know about you guys, but if you were thinking about doing it, well, definitely don't wait until tomorrow because you're literally giving up free buying power. I don't know about you guys, but you always hear me yelling here, I need more buying power. Well, here it is. We brought it to you guys. Take your opportunity right now. Go to tradethepool.com and get the big week, big accounts. Get it right now, guys. 50 to 60 and 100K to 120. And of course, these are the flex accounts, so they're not going away anytime soon. Take a look into it.
Highly recommend the flex accounts. Like, just it's don't make your life harder. Right? Don't make your life harder by saying, I not only have to pass this thing, but I got to pass it like now. That kind of pressure is just going to, like we just talked about, and there's going to be some markets where you're going to be able to pass these accounts probably in, short order, a couple days or something. Wow. And there's going to be times where whatever you're trading, whatever your edge is, just not there.
Nope. All right. Well, we're getting a pull back here. We'll talk about some trade setups going into the open, right? If you got any trade setups, Michael, you can bring it up. I'm looking to see what happens here on SNDK as I made 4 digits yesterday, and we're right back down. Exactly what I wanted to see because this gives me the ability to come right back into it, right? So we'll be looking to see what happens there, seeing what's is the screen. Oh, yeah. I saw what happened there. My producer dropped out. My producer got the EV Mux life. So we'll see what
Yeah, that
happens there.
happens.
But SNDK definitely pulling back here after an after hours rip where it went to like almost 1700. I mean, I was playing this yesterday in the 1400. Right. So really good trade yesterday. Can't be mad. I'm looking at it right now and it's already starting to perk up. Why? Because the Qs broke that 700 low, and that 700 low could be our wick to scare people down this morning, and we see the rise come right back in. The big part, you get another shakeup in the tech trade, another pullback, another opportunity where longs that held got washed a lot. And now we need to see, can these names come right back into play? The biggest one I want to watch today, Google, right? I talked about it yesterday. Would we get back above the 350s? In the after hours, we were trying to do just that. I actually had to trade on this, looking for the after hours trade on this to see if it would break the 350s. It went nowhere, so I cut it, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to be looking at it. Is it showing my screen here? Let me see if I can pull my screen up.
There you go.
There we go. All right, so Google, we'll watch to see if we get back above 350s today. That's the watch for the pre-earnings breakout trade, right? If you're looking for the trade to kind of make the move before the earnings, well, this would be the move, right? Back above that 350s right out the gates. So I'll be looking at names like that. I'm already seeing Micron starting to come back up also, and the big name, the SK Heine. SK Heine gaps down and gives us an opportunity on the pullback. We'll look to see if the SK Heine can get back up there. This was the stock that I gave you guys the proxy for yesterday on tech. And look at the driving action that we had yesterday. Drove us through that pre-market, that IPO kind of opening action. Now we're right back down into the 161. Will we make a drive right back up to the upside? Definitely keep your eyes on this name as it will be moving all around. So if you're looking for the names that are moving, this one's definitely one of them. SMCI, I talked about it being potentially a short overnight. This one could reverse at some point. Watch for undercuts on the 28s to kind of be that level. I can't play SMCI though. It's the only thing I can do is short it, but that's just because that's how I feel about this company. But I wish you guys the best of luck if you're able to grab this. Q's continuing on their climb right back now towards 703.82s. So are we getting this drive right before the open here where you start to get people to do what? Start to feel like they're chasing, start to feel like they want to get back in, right? Now tech is holding in well. Now we'll look to see if tech can start to climb. And like I've mentioned, I still think that we're in a nice little rebounding trade in the Qs. The key here, we don't really undercut the 700. We get back below 700, you get back in protection mode. But I think if you're holding 700 right now, you're looking good in the Qs. All right, we'll see what happens there in the AI trade. AI trade was just green across the screen yesterday. And now today, you're seeing a lot of red pullbacks, but opportunities, I feel like. Let's say like AAOI that had a monster day yesterday. Straight monster day, 17% day, right? Well, you're getting a nice little pullback, right? Right into the areas of yesterday, right? So I think these are opportunities to look at. And if you're swinging long, you're down right now, right? So watch for red to green opening action because traders get kind of scared there. But we're already seeing that rebound come right back into play. A lot of this, the Qs coming right back in.
Yeah, we'll see. We got to struggle with again those highs that we couldn't break yesterday on the SPY. If
we don't got to struggle with it, we can stay there, man.
Well, what do we get back to them?
I think first you got to get back to them. Like I've always mentioned, if we're gonna get out of these ranges, I think it's gonna be gaps, Michael. It's gaps. It gets us out of here.
Earnings is so important, right? It will happen on some
overnight action.
We'll go through, and it'll say, "Oh, this is a great it's amazing. Let's just do it." Right? So then we just go from there. So just for today. That just means, right, if that's true, then that means if we get to the high or the low end of the ranges, then it might be better to take a little bit of a chill or a fade in them.
Or sell the rips, right? I still think selling the rips is what's working. That's what worked for me yesterday, right? Like I'm not saying that you have to hold here either, right? Because the truth is that holding hasn't paid right now. Like holding overnight, like I'm taking the trade and then holding it for the next day, hasn't really been paying out. right? So watch to see what happens because a lot of pullback actions are washing out those traders. And then the dip buyers come right back in, right? So we'll look to see what happens on that action. Can Tesla hold on today? I think the opposite. You had that nice little bounce action yesterday. Watch out for Tesla maybe on a free fall down. That means maybe watch out for SpaceX right back to the downside. We'll see what happens there. As SpaceX did get a pop yesterday, the real stock that had some nice news was the RKLB, and it's already losing some altitude this morning. We'll look to see what happens as it did announce and then get a pop there to 75. My thing is, if you see SpaceX green, probably Rocket Labs is a nice green trade to look at. But if we see it red, probably we start to see the drag in the Rocket Labs. All right, already seeing a $3 pop there on SK Hynix since I've talked about it, and that means that I'll be watching that stock out the gates here. We'll see what happens. We were talking about it just a second ago. We were in the 160s. We're up there now to 163s and starting to rebound right back up here. So I think it's a really good proxy to watch out the gates. If this thing just drives out the gates to the upside, I'll definitely be watching for some memory pullbacks to play. All right, guys, what other trades you guys got in the chat? We can call someone in the chat. What's up out there, guys?
From the hangovers, there was only one. Just checking with the robot here. There was only one candidate, and it's already done the thing, unfortunately. This is the CPHI. So they must have just done the offering now. Is that what? Yeah. So this was crazy. So we're looking for a hangover play on this yesterday because it's from 77 cents to $10 or even higher. $17 in a single day. There you go. Just a simple, run of the mill from low to high, a 2,000% gainer, nothing to it. And it has China right in the name. So, you know what that means. And yeah, the rug pull seems to have already happened. Now we're down to $2. Just insanity. Wish I was in, but it didn't wait. Didn't wait for me. And that's the only one that ended up making it through the list. I might need to, there's so few of these, I might need to loosen up a little bit of the ideas here and just kind of let it look for things that are maybe up a little bit less. Because I was saying anything that has doubled or more. But this is
market open here, guys. Let's get after it, traders.
It's the concern with holding these. Yeah, let's pop into. There's the SPY.
Nice.
Again, we have this high at 749. That's the area I think to watch because that's the high that we've dumped on Monday and we failed at, and then we hit it again on Tuesday and we failed on it. So that's the area that I would take the close look at to see if we can get through.
SNDK holding well here, right out the gates here. I might take a shot here. See if I grab a little bit there. Grabbing a really small amount here to see if we just go on a slingshot move. There we go. Nice little action to the upside. Coming in here. Let's see the offer. Takes out the 1540s there. We'll hold really tight here. It's okay to get out if I need to. Definitely don't want this candle to go red. There you go. It's going in that red spot here. So ready to get out if needed. I'm going to put it right underneath it here. All right, so that's the risk spot. There it goes. Triggered out right there, right? Could be hunted on that stop, right? That's okay. I definitely think that could be a hunt right there. So let's see if we take out the 1540s and we can get right back in. Gilead looking really good on my swing, so that's another reason why I'm willing to take this one. This one's looking really good. Starting up on a gap up, huge gap up there for Gilead. If I look at what's leading, I see basic materials, energy, communication services, defensive. So it seems to me like a little bit of some Pistonary effect. But this is good Pistonary effect because you're seeing what? 9 of the 11 sectors in the green here. So that's good action for the upside. Energy up. Basic materials up. If you want to look for trades, those are looking really good. I'm going to be looking for my copper trade, SCCO, and that's looking good right out the gates here.
And just watching off the gate so far, the SPY climbing up from the open and climbing to new highs.
HPE alert. I really do like this name. I've been looking to see if this one could get going here. Let's see if I can grab a little bit of it and look for some pullback add. It just jumped on me. I hate when that happens. You guys saw me. Literally, I tried to put it out there and it just jumped. Let's see if we can get a little bit of some push in HPE. I like this breakout above 50s. If this can get there today, we'll see what happens. Took a little bit there and willing to add a little bit back down towards below the 48s.
RSP is really green with the
SK
Q
Hynix
still
holding
down
in,
half
Micron
percent.
holding in,
Right, so
SNDK holding in.
you're seeing more and more of the right. So RSP being up, and then the Qs being down. Right, Micron still down 2% on the day. Some of these names, when that's happening, right, just saying the average stock is doing fine. These other stocks need to catch up. But man, if those other stocks catch up, because there's such a large weighting in the index, well, that's interesting, right? So that's what we need a little bit of a push on. Is most stocks are doing all right today. It's the big cap tech ones that are pulling us down. So let's just have that stop. That would be fantastic.
Right back in. Let's go. SK Hynix ripping there, guys. Let's go. SK Hynix ripping here. So is Micron. That's why I went jumping right back into SNDK. Let's see if we can start to push their SK Hynix up there to 165. Micron up there to 950s. So we're seeing the action there. I just want to see if this one will lift there with it. If not, it could be one that's not getting the drive with it. So it really needs to go right now. Let's see if it just takes the lift off right back through it here. SK Hynix looking good. Can that just continue pushing? It's almost up there to 166 now. Let's see if it pushes through that high. There's that good action there in SNDK. Now at this point can go break even, looking for the pop above 1540s. I'm not trying to show my hand, but pretty much in my mind, I'm break even now. All right, good action there, guys. HPE doing really well too. Now up there to 48.56, looking good there. Now I can let this go here. Let's let this try to make the breakout. There you go. That's the attempt. Now I can let it go, right on the attempt to the upside. Now I can throw the break even out because the momentum's in my favor. Here's HPE looking really well on that first driving action here. Below 48s is an add there for me. So right now I'm just going to set an alert to see if I get a pullback, but good drive there in HPE out the gates. Gilead kind of holding in here. Definitely don't want to give up the gains there, but looking for another push in healthcare. Healthcare is starting to get green. Now the only thing in the red, financials, cyclicals, and tech, but it's very small in the red from the open, which is good action there. We're being led by basic materials, guys. Silver, gold, chemicals, aluminum, metals, minerals, all of them in the green there today. Green across the screen there in basic materials. There's not a single industry red. That's a telling sign, right? That shows rotationary effect. Pistons playing in on those. There's SNDK. There you go. Now we're breaking up there to the 1540s. Now we're getting a little bit of a drive there. Now almost up triple digits at this point, looking for the breakout back above the 1540s. Let's get it, baby. Money Mitch coming after it, not being shy about it. Let's go. Let's see if we can get back above this 1545s. Start to see the Qs climbing is really what we need to see. Let's that money bag. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. All right, let's see if we can get this next drive. At this point, we could get a little pullback there. I'm going to put a pullback here to get out if I need to. So at this point, it's $50 or triple digits. Let's see if we get the triple digits here. There's the pullback to give me the $50. I'm okay with seeing that. I'm still seeing SK Hynix holding in, but now SK Hynix making a little bit 1 minute pullback opportunity. This is where you get those opportunities on those names and maybe a drive back or another test back below this. That's why I got out really quickly. I would have been break even right now. Now I'm going to look for it to reload in here. I still took the cash, right? So that's all that matters, right? Still in the green there. Let's keep it rocking today, guys.
SPY trying to go green here, down 0.15% now. Q's still down 0.5%. RSP actually is giving some back. So the piston, as you were saying, we're getting that rotation happening into tech, which should be good for the SPY. Obviously, better for the Qs, but we're getting that kind of reversion.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's like tech is green in some areas, computer systems holding up the whole thing, applications down again. I keep saying this relationship, man. When the market comes up, the softwares go down. That still tells me that no one really wants software. They're just using it as a pistonary effect. Still keep seeing that relationship. Until that relationship changes, I think still you got to be careful with software names. They're still down big today. I
Yeah,
don't know
so
what it is with that relationship, but it's really interesting.
well, software just doesn't have a huge effect on the market at all, right? If you look at the
But
just market
but
caps of them,
why is it that every time the Q's is up, Michael, it's because the software is down?
it's
Like that's
rotation,
just weird to me.
right? They gotta get the money to buy semis from somewhere. It just seems like they're taking them from software right now. It's just
HPE pulling back a little
the
bit here, guys.
the breadth here. I'll bring this in is like as flat as you can potentially have it. It's pretty much the exact same amount of stocks up and down on the day, advancing, declining, slightly new highs, new lows, but these numbers are really light as well. Below and above 50-day moving average is about flat. Above below 200-day moving average, that's about flat. So as kind of across the board, nothing as you can get from the breadth side of things. It's a very, very mixed market, and it just means that some areas that you gotta take a look at are going to do great, and some areas not so much. Right, we're seeing RSP trying to dig in, move higher, and then the Qs, right, they bounce, and then the next kind of 5-minute candle has been coming down. So just remember, there is a huge binary event happening at the end of the day. So if you're in something like we're seeing Mitch do, is take your money, say thank you, sir, and come back
Get a gift in
tomorrow.
this market. Take your gifts. Right? Like last night, imagine if I would have held that swing, right, Michael, on SNDK, come from 4 digits up to break even this morning. Nah, that's not fun, guys.
Well, and
SK Hynix gets to buy again. I'm gonna go for it again here, guys.
yeah, and that's the kind of trading that just works in this market. Is just find buy dips, immediately sell rips, at least on chunks, and just move on. And it's not as fun, right? It's way funner when you can buy something and just that thing rips for a long period of time. That's just not the environment right now. Does that environment change tonight off these earnings?
Back to break
Maybe.
even.
You know, maybe, I don't know.
I'm taking that 10% accuracy approach right now, Michael. Where if I win 10-1, but if I lose, I'm break even or I'm losing $10. Let's do that.
Oh man, the Market Wizards book that I just read, the chapter.
Let's go SNDK. Let's get it.
Oh, nice breakout here. Yeah, he was doing.
It's the Heine. It's the Heine trade, dude. Everyone wants that thing. Look at this thing. It's this trade. Like I said, watch it out the gates. Does it go red at all? It's just green. Just green across the screen. It's driving Micron. It's driving SanDisk. This is the leader, right? Like I talk about, sometimes there's leaders and laggards. It doesn't always have to be the market cap. It can be where the momentum is going. This is the momentum player. This is the drag, right? It just drags with this. So as long as SK Hynix can do well, I'll think this can do well too. There we go. Now we're getting a nice little lift here, guys. Should we secure another? Let's see if we get another break here. I definitely want to secure another 50 as we keep breaking along, just paying ourselves. If we can give ourselves a Benjamin, we take a Benjamin, right? So let's see what happens here. Look how quickly the pullbacks happen, right? There it went from about 70 or 80 up towards like 40s, right? So you got to be careful here with pullbacks. The rips, right? They have to hold. Right now, I'm not even showing my hand. I'm holding on it. Not trying to show my hand here.
Yeah, the guys in the chat talking about ZCMD. This is the exact stuff you focus on in this kind of market, because you'll get, no way to quantify this, but I always see you get more degen traders moving over to this kind of stuff when the market's boring like this. So if the headline market isn't moving as much, you get more of these crazy ones, which is this the second halt of the day? I only see 2 1-minute candles, and we've been open for 11 minutes. So it has just been halted for most of the day here. Obviously be careful if something's halting this much. But yeah, I just think you get, people go where the action's hot, and you might see some of these. I know there was that I forget the name of it, but that one that ran 2,000% yesterday. You can get a couple of these. You just have to be able to find them in real time and stick with them.
Looking at HPE, seeing if we're going to get a breakout above the 4880s here. I'm already green here on it, but I might add to the trade here. Looking for the breakout towards 50, really. It's just holding really well. I'd love a pullback towards like 4850s right now. Then I could add and still be in the green here. Q's breaking out. That's a good sign there. Yeah, boom. Q's and what did it do? What did the Q's do? It held that 700 low this morning, right around 9 a.m. And ever since 9 a.m. has been green, 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 green. This is that washout trade coming right back at you. Right. So that's what I wanted to play. That's what's rewarding me this morning. And we'll see if it continues to reward me. Gilead, though, kind of pulling back. Healthcare not holding in here today. A little part of me thinking about getting rid of Gilead, even though drug manufacturers are holding up. So that's why this trade is kind of holding in here, because it's an industry up with the sector down, right? This is why you always got to look underneath the hood, right? I was like, oh, well, healthcare's down here. Let me see underneath the hood. And I see Gilead kind of still hanging in there. Right, so I do have a nice gap up on this trade. I want to hold on to the gap up. Let's see what happens. There's SK, there's SNDK. Let's go, baby. Sound that alarm. Let's get it, baby. Can we get towards the triple digits?
Well, the SPY this is an insanely tight range here for the SPY. I'm looking a little bull flaggy. Maybe we get a breakout in the world's most important index here. Things can start going, but it has very tight bear flag look or bull flag look here on the SPY.
All right, you guys see me with the stop right behind it here, ready to get out if needed, because it could still pull back on us, man. It's not done yet, right? The Qs are pushing, and that's helping. But the truth is that we need the liftoff, right? So I'm looking at SK Hynix. I'm looking at Micron. They're kind of going sideways here. They're trying to reload on pullbacks right now. So that's a reload area right there that it just came into. Let's see if it pushes. You see that kind of push? That 1550 area, that kind of round number. A lot of areas, eyes will attract to that. So I'm sure there's some bids right there. Let's see if it just goes now. At this point, I can just try to let it go. So boom, I can throw it out there and it should go green candle and breakout, or it's going to come right back into this zone here. And I'm not trying to let it come back into this zone. I'm trying to let it break above this and go, right? Because at that point, it can get to 1600 fast. Let's see what happens here if we get the breakout to the 1600.
Yeah, the SPY did break that range. So that's good. Looks like things are going.
HPE, no pullback.
Man, getting like those emergency alerts for weather. We got a rainstorm going on out there. So if I just vanish in a moment, you know why. But yeah, the SPY, that was a
means you really get a day
tight
off,
base. Oh, well, that's tomorrow when the dentist comes for me, which I'd much rather be here than there.
Oh, yeah, the dentist. Lovely place, right?
Oh, yeah. Let me poke you with sharp metal things while I shame you for not flossing enough at the same time. Yeah, this clean break though. This tightness on the SPY is rare. But that's just a clean bull flag.
This is the rally, guys, the rally. And the one thing, though, is just watch out for the end of the day wipeout look right before the earnings comes in, because sometimes we can get this kind of drive throughout the day, and it's like a big drive. Watch out for that wipeout candle, right? Because a lot of times they'll do that wash look right before the close. But we're looking good. Because if you look underneath the hood, again, it's just very little of the sectors in the red. From the overall change, it's 3 names. But really, it's 2 names. It's tech and healthcare in the overall change. But from the open, it's 3. It's real estate, communication services, and healthcare that are in the red today, right? But the other areas like technology, and then when you have all these other sectors green, like financials, utilities, cyclicals, defensive, industrials, and we're still seeing the industrial green with the energy green trade. That is rare. I can tell you guys, we haven't seen this in months, where the XLI is green and the XLE is green. This was the sign yesterday, Michael, that I pointed to, that I said tells me something else. right? The XLI to be green and the XLE to be green at the same time doesn't happen often. It just doesn't play in that often, guys. So it's been a relationship that has been like disconnected, right? And connected to the downside where XLI was getting hit, XLE was going up. Now you're seeing both of them lift. Now that looks a little bit different. I'm not saying that you even have to play these, but it tells us something, right? It tells us a broadening out of the rally, right? Not just a tech pocket run, right? This is not just because tech ran yesterday that we saw a lift. It's because we saw a broadening out of the rally.
Yeah, and that's to get out of these ranges. We've been saying it. We got to get at least a couple days where everybody's happy, where everyone's feeling good, and like the whole market goes, great, now we can really run this thing. And we just haven't. We've always had for the last month or so one sector feeling great, one sector not feeling too great, and that creates choppy indices. Great trading for different markets, but it's the indices are choppy, and then we get a day or two where everything rips, then great. If we get a whole day where everything works, then that's what I think we need to get going. So hopefully that's on the back of earnings. I mean, everyone just goes, wow, companies are making a ton of money, and then things can pop up. That's great. I think that's awesome.
All right, trying to add to Gilead here, guys, in the 130.80s here. If I can get that add, I'll start to hold break even and look for a big win here. I'm looking for the reversal back up in Gilead. We'll see what happens above 131s. So I already have this name down here, right, around 129s, right? But I'm looking to add on this. It's pulled back. It's made the 1, 2, 3, 4 lows and then a quick reversal signal. So I'm looking to see if I can get an add on a pullback and then look for the drive back through the 132s. That means the XLV plays in here and continues that broadening out rally, right? Because if the XLV comes back or the drug manufacturers are able to hold on, that won't be bad for me, right? So looking at the drug manufacturers right now, Eli Lilly down, seeing Johnson & Johnson up, Merck up, but mixed signals because there are some stocks that have pulled back, like NVS that was up big yesterday. There is the drive. That's what I wanted to see, guys. So I'll go with the add up here. I'm going to try to get up there to the 131s. I'm going to keep trailing it on pullbacks. Like, hey, you pull back, I'll fill. But looks really good there at that lift there in Gilead. All right, guys, stop loss filled there in SNDK. That means that we got a little pullback there in tech. We'll look to see if it reloads, but I'll take the money and run and keep paying myself along the way, and making myself green is what it's all about.
At 10:30, we do have oil inventories. Again, not usually a big number, but with everything going on, maybe this kind of changes a little bit. Maybe this is a little bit more impactful, if not just on the XLE, but we just know how much oil has been of import for what we've been seeing, geopolitically and with the market. So we'll pay attention to that. We'll see if there's some sort of shift. And then, we have right here, we've got initial jobless claims as well on tomorrow morning. So that's just a whole bunch of stuff that happens when the market is closed, but we'll pay attention. Oh, something's moving there. We'll just pay attention to the oil side of things and see if anything happens. Like I'm looking at news. I'm keep continuously refreshing Walter Bloomberg, and there's been nothing happening here.
NDK just breaks the high there, did the 9 EMA pullback, pushes right back up to the upside. You're seeing more breakout there in SNDK. Look at that thing go. That thing really wants to get going today. A lot of this on the SK Hynix, right? So SK Hynix holding in there on the 9 EMA, looking like it wants to keep the party alive. Let's see if the Qs can keep rocking now. And let's see if Google can get going. Did Google get going there? Ooh, it's starting to. It's starting to. So I got cut out there on that 9 EMA pullback, but looking good there.
Yeah, and it could be a slow grind. I would feel better if we were down today. I think that would make me feel better for the earnings tonight. Doesn't look like that's happening.
No,
at least flat,
that's That's what makes the most sense not to be down, right? Because you just leave the bar too easy. They're not going to make it easy for us, Michael. They're going to make it hard. They're going to make us push for it. If you want to get it, you're going to have to chase. That's pretty much how it is in a lot of times these tech trades. So that's why I'm watching Google today. Like this could easily get back above 350s. If you remember, it was driving not yesterday, but the day prior, it was driving up there to the 350s, 360s, right? And it had just come off this high of 380s. Will we start seeing a drive above 350s going towards that 360s today? And then who knows? Maybe earnings brings it right back to that 380s. We don't know. But I'll tell you one thing, SNDK still hot, hot, hot. We'll see what happens there. That one's staying hot there. New highs there as that one breaks the highs. At least I was happy that I was able to play it a couple of times. Maybe didn't play it the best on this one. Maybe had a little bit of some risk aversion, but just was sticking towards the 9 EMA pullback. It just undercut it slightly with that wick. And you know those wicks are tricks. Came right back up there though. Q's breaking right back to the highs. I did add on my HPE, so not mad about that. I talked about an undercut to 4850s. I'm going to take the shot. I got the 4850s. I took the shot, right? So boom, we'll get rewarded for this if we get a trade, right? And if we don't get SNDK a little bit more, we let it go and we keep on rocking, baby. I hope you guys are rocking out there, making some cash, making some dough. We've been all over this market, nailing it left and right.
Tesla just turned green on the day, so that's encouraging.
Oh, that's good for the mags.
Right, just to get that Mag 7 kind of bump. But yeah, as a equal weight, Mag 7 still here at lows. SPY trying, it's only down 0.04%. So we're trying to flip that red to green. That to me is always interesting just because there's a whole bunch of systems and everything designed to take that trade. It's like as common as, say, the opening range break trade is some sort of red to green or back through the open. Those are the big signal points for a lot of different systems. So now that we're essentially flat, let's see what happens if we can ting through that. Ping through
New
that,
high
close.
SNDK, baby. New high. There it goes. There she goes.
Well,
Micron holding in too, 968.
Same with semis, they're trying to go green as well. That'd be a pretty big deal
Start
considering
taking a
they
look
were.
at like a stock with good news, AMD, right? I think Talk
Yeah.
mentioned that. Had good news. You see how the reversal comes back into play. This is how I tell you guys, it's more about the industry than the stock specific. This stock didn't come down today because it didn't like the news in AMD. It was just the Qs were holding it down. The Qs were down. The overall stocks had gap back down, right? So it's a lot of times telling you got to check the industry and how the stock is performing. That's why we look for something called relative strength, right? Because when you see that relative strength, that's an important outlook, right? The stock was relatively strong in the morning, but then struggling to get above there. Once the market participated, how did the stock react? Straight up. Right. So that tells us something, right? So that it wanted to get going. It had the gas power. It just needed some market participation. Right. And so this is why I always think about industries and sectors and not specific stocks. Look at SNDK.
Yeah, and there's a lot of study done on that. It's about 70% of the move of anything happens due to the sectors. And this is excluding, again, like small caps and low float, penny stocks, that type of thing. But yeah, and I can find the study, but there's been a ton of these done just to show. There's going to be a very rare event where your company's doing fantastic, but the industry it's in sucks and the price can still go up, right? It's when those two things align, that's where things get interesting.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Corning looks interesting for me, and I like LITE and those types of names that have pulled back. So I'm looking at those names. Look at LITE today. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. I wanted this name. That thing is just rocketing up there to 860s, 850s on the pullback. You get the opportunity to get it right back where it was yesterday. And this was a 15% move yesterday. So you get the gift again, Michael, just buying it right where it broke out of yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what a gift. What a gift. That's a gift trade, dude. You sold it there and then you bought it back there. Well, dude, you're a pro. That's what I'll tell you.
Yeah, just just make sure you take it, right? Just like you did last time.
Yeah,
That's where most people I think are
exactly.
having a hard
Especially
time
through
in
that
this
high,
market.
right? Like if you can get an expansion, like let's say you get right now 1850s, and then you just set
Hmm.
your stop at the prior resistance, right? And then you're just like, I'll let it work from there. We'll see what happens.
Well, and you don't have to do it all. If for example you really like it and you think this time it's going to go, you take part off, right? Just pay yourself.
Hmm.
That kind of buying and selling parts, that it's a trade around trade, and a lot of people will do it. If you think it's going to break at some point, you buy a bit, you sell when it goes up, you rinse and repeat over and over and over again, and then eventually, if you're right and you do get that break, that's great, but you still kind of generated a lot of income. You've made a bunch of money in the meantime, and it just makes it easier to hold on to say, okay, well, I've put a couple bucks in my pocket, and that's kind of all I needed to see. So
All right, we'll see if we get some type of pullback here in Gilead. I would love a pullback. Look, it's just continuing higher. Can't be mad about making more money, right? HPE, though, taking off there. That one looks good there for me. I might go for another ad here in this name. It's starting to work there, and I can get it up there maybe to the 50 run today breakout. So back below the 49s, I'll take another shot here for an ad as this stock just continues to work. And if you look at the daily chart, I really like this daily chart. It's a pretty looking daily chart that could just come right back through this high here. If it comes back up through here, you can start pushing back towards 55s, and then you see the left-hand side. Another reason why I'm trading HPE in the same space as SMCI. Right, SMCI, of course, if it's getting the lift, some of the outlook could be that our stock gets the lift. And what did I say today? Watch for that reversal on that one, and look at SMCI right back up there. How's Dell doing? Kramer with the call. Kramer said go for Dell, and Dell is ripping. 441 now. Got to give a shout out to Kramer, and I trust me, I give him very little. So we'll give him this
well,
one.
on
Dell,
Monday, his
nice
whole
move.
thing was he did his whole thing was, yeah, Monday was really bad. Things look really ugly out there. So then, of course, we're up Tuesday, and then
Oh, of
so
course,
far
you know.
we're up again on Wednesday. It's just the
That's why I
way
don't
it's
give
gonna
him too
work.
much, man. That's why I give him a little bit, not a lot. If you want to listen to someone better, I say you stick right here, Money Mitch. But don't worry, I'll be taking Kramer's spot soon enough.
So we
Trust me,
are.
he'll give down the grain. He's gonna give it down. It's gonna become, instead of Mad Money, Money Mitch. You know it.
Oh, there you go. So
He'll
looking at
take his
here at the
spot.
SPY, I wouldn't want to. That just seems like so much work. The dude works too hard for me. Not
Well,
interested.
no, yeah, he definitely works too hard. I'm going to be putting up some restrictions on that working.
Yeah, the
He does a little
the
too much,
famous.
but I'm sure he's getting compensated lovely for it, though, right? That
Oh yeah, well the
compensation
guy. But yeah, if you're
is
doing it for that long and you've ran a hedge fund, you've done all this, he's just like, it's for the love of the game for him. So I think
yeah.
he's gonna keep doing it till he drops, and that will be just having a good time there. Now this SPY, this is very interesting, right? Talked about this in the pre-market. This
Healthcare.
is where we failed Monday, and then this is where we failed Tuesday, and now we're back there Wednesday. So this is the do or die point. This is the moment of truth. Can we get through this? And again, it's 749. That is the level. If we can get through there and start going, then that's interesting. That gives us all the way. The next big level that's important is 755. So that gives us a 6 point spread. And then through there, then it's just all-time highs. But we kind of ran straight up to hit that zone. Just so you can see, this is what this line that I drew on. So this is both Friday's high or Monday's high and Tuesday's high. You can see it on daily chart too, right? It's this high and then this high right here, and we're right back there again. Now, do we get it all in one shot? Maybe not. Maybe we pull back a little bit here and take a shot at it later. Who knows? Right? None of us have any idea, but just wanted to point out that's a big level for us there.
All right, guys, FSLR, how's that one doing? Let's take a look at that one. Of course, I have a video that will be coming out on our TikTok about this specific stock, and it is taking off here. I really like this one long term, Michael. I think this is one to grab, man. It's just a US stock. If there's one solar stock I could see Trump changing his mind and actually investing is it's First Solar. Reason why, they make all their panels right here in the United States. So big plus on that aspect of it. It's had a huge pullback. It's gotten a really good deal with Google, right? That solar project that Google just got into, the largest project in US history, is going to be built with 100% First Solar panels. That's all I needed to hear. I was like, okay, if you're getting that deal, there's a reason why you got that deal, right? And so I'm going to be
Yeah, what
looking
you
for
want.
more deal making coming out of FSLR,
Yeah, you want that. It's smart, right? If you can
especially with the
go to
hyperscalers,
that.
right?
Well, and you can get you'll get his backing, and maybe he'll give a wink wink nudge nudge to any regulatory or zoning or
He
land
already did.
problems that you have,
He already
right?
did. He
You
did
just
tariffs. He heavily tariffed the area and to get the Chinese panels out of the market. He's specifically helping them, right? He's
yeah.
giving them
So
credits even.
have at it, right? That's
Those types of
smart.
things are important to know, right? Those are the things that I like to look into, guys.
So the chart's
Alster
interesting,
mentioned out
right?
there.
It's come back down to a prior. This is where that nice surge was, almost a round trip. So the trade would be simple, right? If you like it here, your worst case stops in kind of the one high, like 190s, 180s. So you're risking 20 points. Then you just got to ask yourself, do you think you can get 40 points? Well, 40 points puts you up in the 240 area, which is just right here. So that's not out of the realm of possibility. And then, up here 60 points, and that would be 80 points. And that's just so it's got that potential to be 2-to-1, 3-to-1 type play if you're risking all the way down here, which to me would be where I would risk, give it that wiggle room.
Nice takeoff there in Gilead. I don't think I'm going to get the ad, guys. I was trailing it the whole time, and I was trailing it at 131. It's now 132.50. So it's just like it doesn't want to come back. That happens sometimes when you have a good position and you're putting out limits and you're putting it behind the action, and it seems like the price action does not want to come back one single bit. That's actually a good sign. It's okay to cancel your bid. Don't be mad. It just means you probably have a really good position. I don't know if you've seen this, Michael, in your subjective days, but
Oh, the
when you,
best trades were one that you got a partial fill. Like if you were going for 1,000 shares and you got
exactly, you
100,
know what I mean?
you're like, yeah, that's definitely going to work
That's
out.
the one that's gonna probably go to the moon. Gilead
Right.
looking good here, guys. So I'm looking to see if Gilead can get back to 136. That would be the really good look here. Now I can see the Qs kind of tapering a little bit. They're still stair stepping, holding the 9 EMA. So I think that's what you look for on the Qs and different momentum names. So I think today is one of those days where you got to stick with momentum. Momentum for me is always the 9 EMA. And yes, you can, I've actually slightly adjusted on my charts to trying the 10 for looking for those like kind of wick little spots, but it's just there's no perfection to it, right? I would say between the 9 EMA and the 12, a lot of the times that's your momentum stocks holding in. Look at the Qs today, and I'll even throw up the 9 so you guys can see it here. Let me just throw it up. I have it on another chart, but I'll just throw it up right quick. You can see how it holds the 9, right? And this is the 9 EMA. When you get these pullbacks, you get the hold, right? That's just momentum, right? The 9, a lot of times, I think it's because it's the MACD, really, because it plays into the MACD. I think that's why it lines up so much. But until we kind of break that, that's what got me out in an SNDK, right? It was a wick attempt through the 9, right? I had it right on the 9 and it just wicked through. But that's going to happen sometimes. That's why I don't try to get scared too much on wicks through the 9. You want to be kind of looking at like the 50 or like the 20 for like longer term swings. But of course, I was like kind of in scout mentality, so I'm not going to be mad about that. But it's holding the 9 right here and telling us what undercuts and then rallies back up. Now, if you start to see it chop too many times through that 9, that's usually when you go to the lower levels, right? So we'll look to see names like SK Hynix hold that 9, right? Look at Dell. hold that 9, right? I'm going to show you it in multiple charts so that you guys see that I'm not just BSing you, right? What's another? And you guys throw up a momentum name in the chat. If you guys want to take part in the activity, you throw up a momentum name, a stock that's ripping right now, and watch how it's holding the 9, right? Even penny stocks a lot of the times, right? So I think that's always a really nice tell sign, right? What else is ripping? You guys want to maybe take a look at that? We can take a look at the 9. You guys can call out some stocks out there in the chat. But it's something that you guys can
Well,
definitely learn off of.
that should be a great system to test then, right? So that's where you get
It
your
is.
data and you get your back tester and get to work.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an edge
Yeah,
there, you'll
it's
find
it's
it.
a momentum day trade type of strategy, right?
Mhm.
So it's definitely in and out. I would have to be. It's more of a probably a 1-to-1 strategy, Michael, right? And you
Nothing
got to
wrong with
be,
them.
you got to go a little bit more higher on the accuracy side of things, but not a bad strategy because you can win a lot. And what you're doing is you're trading strong names on like undercut and rallies with the 9, like as like the indicator to get out, right? So you look for, like, let's say a perfect example was SNDK yesterday, up 16%, pulls back overnight, right? It was a strong name yesterday. We look for the dip buys in strong names a lot of the times. Q's teetering here. I think we get a little Q's pullback. I'm like feeling it here. I'm seeing other sectors start to get stronger, like healthcare that was red. And that's just the pistons starting to play in a little bit here. So let's see if healthcare can actually make a rip to the upside here. I'm going to look for some majors to kind of start pushing strong, like Johnson & Johnson that's doing well. This was a play that I was looking at yesterday. I didn't take it yesterday, but it's holding in really well today. And healthcare hasn't played in on the rally, at least the sector-wise. So we'll look to see if we get more drug manufacturers to get the push. Merck is another one that's trying to break out through the 129 high, and that chart looks pretty. MRK, just really pretty chart. Boring, but boring makes money in times of uncertainty.
Absolutely. No, and yeah, it's when everything's chopping around, sometimes sizing into more chill stuff makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now the SPY here, the first red candle of the day is taking place exactly at that line that we drew this morning. Right, again, the high from Tuesday, the high from Monday. Who knows how long that will take place, but that's a nice reversal candle that we're seeing there so far. So just be careful. See if that's maybe a short-term pullback. The market needs to rest a little bit. What it is. There's no earnings that have happened, so there are no economic reports. I don't see any tweets. I'm looking. So I think this is just big push up. Now we've hit that and we're reversing off that just a little bit. I don't know how far it will go, but just note that little bit of a downtick here.
Taking a shot here on NVS reversal. As we see the healthcare names start to pick up, I'm more than willing to take a shot here on this name. So this is a very low liquidity name. Be careful out there, guys. But I'm willing to do it because I see the share size that I need here. I see the potential for it to come back up there towards the highs, which is 156. And if I can take a small risk here with a lot of names going green in these areas, doesn't look bad. Bristol Myers, another one doing well. AMRN, Johnson & Johnson. But I'm going with this one. It just had recent earnings, was popped on earnings to 159. So let's see if we can get back up there to 159.
Looking here, the Trump has started tweeting for the day. So it's 10 Eastern. So it looks like he's
woke up.
waking up. So he's going on.
Do you think he's one of those types that the alarm goes off and he just grabs his phone and just tweets from bed?
Yeah, I am angry this morning. Let me just go nuts. And it's all Iran stuff for now. So just be careful.
He woke up on the left side. I told him to wake up on the right, Michael.
I know. Get going. But yeah, Iran's going to play a big price, he says. So we're starting off with that already. All
right. Well, that means securing some profits along the way here, guys.
Yeah, who knows?
There's one thing that will make the choppy markets. It's the orange man himself.
Yeah, I wish he woke up a little happier.
Have you noticed he's not as orange? Have you noticed he's not as orange as he used to be?
Maybe they
I think
upgraded his
I think he
Tanner.
did something. I think he did something because he's not as orange as he used to be. Uh, so I don't know what he
Uh,
did there, but
so no, we've
stop
got.
eating too many carrots, I guess.
But yeah, is he a technical analyst? Because we got up to
Yeah.
resistance and he woke up at that moment and started
Well,
tweeting
started ripping.
like he why right at this resistance point, right?
He saw the 9 EMA, dude.
And,
Yes, Trump has the MACD pulled up right now.
yeah, he's like, oh, it's about to cross. Let's lay on it. Or one of his sons come in and goes, hey man, I got a short I want to take here. Can you be angry for the next couple hours and make a couple bucks there and go from
Gilead,
there?
Gilead just pushing strong, guys. I got out of MVS for a really small loss there, but we'll get right back in there. We're talking $5, guys. That's called managing right there. I'm just seeing the healthcare stocks lift off, so I'm just trying to play something here on the momentum, but definitely Gilead looking really good here. What else is starting to
Yeah,
get strong here?
just going through
Basic
the
materials again. Yeah, basic materials again. A little pop there. They had pops out the gates. Now they're trying to hold in and go for another move. FCX looks good. I really do like that look today.
yeah, the RSP not pulling back as much as the SPY, so showing still the everyman. The everyman stock is holding up nicely. Bonds were down today. Trump, right? Just leave him alone. just take his phone away until 4 Eastern, please. That'd be nice.
Yeah. You're not allowed, buddy. SCCO looks interesting for me, but I'm not jumping into too many names right now as we speak. I'm just looking around. Seeing some oil names push, though. I will see that. Oil names are pushing here. SLB pushing strong. I haven't seen the Gush today. Yeah, Gush new highs. So
Well,
definitely seen that.
that oil inventory report comes out in 15 minutes, so that might be an interesting one.
Thanks for keeping
check
me
out
honest on that one.
Yeah. And again, normally not a big deal. Like if there wasn't a war going on right now, you'd probably never hear us mention it.
Look at that. You saw that pop right before? That's that trappy look. Like Michael's actually keeping us that are looking at the charts right now and sane, because his mention right there is what kept me sane there. I'm like, I do see this liftoff right now. Are we seeing liftoff because of Trump mention? Could be, right? I mean, but really, we'll see what happens there, because you could see a little bit of a shakeup. Maybe the oil inventories, like it pushes right now into the oil inventories, and then you get a quick down gap that could be a buying opportunity, right? So we'll see what happens. There's the cues turning, and I feel like we're starting to see a little bit of that piston play today. Where today, yes, you're seeing green, but it's not led by tech, right? Tech is down actually. And remember yesterday, there was only 2 sectors in the red, and it was what? It was communication services and defensive, which meant that the value trade was falling off the tape. Today, now you're seeing financials in the red, tech in the red, real estate red, communication services red, and healthcare red. So 5 of the 11 sectors are red. That's a different tune than it was yesterday, right? So just that alone tells me take it easy. Just stay with the strength and be careful for the pistons coming in. So the Qs could be playing a little bit of the pistons.
Yeah, so the SPY now down 3 red candles in a row. So hit that, and then dude wakes up, and all of a sudden we gotta change our trading style. Let's see if anything else coming through here. But yeah, 3 down periods in a row here.
Yeah, the shake comes into play. I'll try to ride Gilead as the strong stock that's holding the 9 EMA as my bunch. I just mentioned it, right? So just ride the 9 EMA there on Gilead is what I'll do. And I'm looking to see the XLV go green. If the XLV can go green, then we see more of that piston effect play.
Well, yeah, and could just be a pullback and an overall strong day. I think the market, they're like, oh no, he woke up. Now let's just maybe pause it for a bit. If you had a buy program on, maybe you just pause them as well and then move. Does the Q and the SPY run together often? So you got to imagine the Q is essentially 100% tech. It's got it's biotech and stuff in it, but it's essentially 100% tech. And then the SPY is like 30 to 40% tech. So they don't necessarily have to, but they're going to move with tech, right?
Let's just break it down the right way, Michael. If you want, you can go to the Q's site. They do the breakdown really well there. If you want to kind of pull it up, guys, because there is some value components, right? There's value components in the Q's. They're just added to try to diversify the Q's a bit.
Well, and you got to know the mechanics behind it. The Q's are simply the top 10 non-financial things on the NASDAQ, right? So it's all of this is very rules based. So if we just go, here's the top holdings that make up this amount. So 45% of the tech: NVIDIA, Apple, Micron, Microsoft, Amazon, AMD, Google, Meta, Tesla, and then the other Alphabet one, right? So that's half of your index right now. And then if you keep going, it's Broadcom, there's Walmart of 2% of the index, Intel, where is it, right? So 90% tech, right? Palantir, Cisco, Netflix, KLA, Palo Alto, Texas Instruments, and there's only 100 stocks. So very concentrated into tech, again, 95% tech. And the SPY is a little, it's still heavily tech. Just the U.S. economy, the U.S. stock market is just heavily weighted to tech. But the SPY, you're going to have way more interest in having some of that. 30% of the SPY is going to be, I think, healthcare and financials. So you can have a world in which they get dislocated, but if that happens, you just know exactly what's happening. Tech is moving one way, and literally the rest of the market has to kind of be moving the other way, and that's when they dislocate. Way more likely you're going to see something like the Qs and the Dow, or DIA for the diamonds, and you're going to see those two dislocate. And you're going to say, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I mean, the Dow's been up all day and the Qs are still down all day. But the Dow is way more like value oriented, way more banks, that type of thing in it. So just knowing how these things are weighted and split up, I think is important, so that you can, you're not surprised when things happen. And just saying, oh, well, if I'm trading the Qs, I'm essentially trading the Mag 7 plus a couple other like Micron, SanDisk, all that kind of stuff, right?
Just added there to HPE, looking for a new high there. Q's rebounding right back up, so watch out for the rip. The Micron ripped up there. So did SanDisk, guys. So a little hindsight 2020. Like, I had the right stock pick, right? It just got out there on that 9 EMA, holding on there. We're almost breaking the 1600 level that I was talking about getting up to. So really good level if you guys were playing SanDisk today, and really good levels on Micron. Look at the action there. And of course, what is this all? SK Heine, baby, holding in well and pushing right back up to the upside. So I hope you guys were able to make some cash today. I mean, been on fire again, and that's all I can do, right? Is try to get you guys the areas to look at, and boy, oh boy, did we have some good looking areas today on the upside. So hope you guys were able to cash some cash today, and industrials also hanging in today. That's a real interesting sign. That's actually doing really well, like a name like GE bouncing back. We'll see what happens. I had earnings. How did GEV do off their earnings at the open? Fading a little bit there on that name. BE coming back though. So
SPY might be turning here. So a little hammer candle there on the SPY in the last 5 minutes after that 3-bar pullback. So we tagged the high. Do tweet it. We had this kind of 3-bar pullback, and now it looks like, is that going to end up just being a little rest and a coil in? Uh, could
Qs are leading
somebody
here.
just grab the phone from him? You know?
I mean, tech can just stair step higher, right? Like that's what we're seeing,
Mm.
a stair step move. And this is what does what? It removes the price range that you saw earlier in the week, right? Like what you want to have is the Qs under 700, right? That's you'd be feeling really confident going into Google's report if you had the Qs at 700, right? So I think at that point, we hold the line in the sand now. We've undercut and we're rallying out of it. Question is, how much are we going to rally today? Because we could just stair step and just keep on climbing back. Can we break yesterday's high of 710.05? That's the next watch. And that's the Qs. That
Yeah, just
SPY could
reverse.
I could care less about the SPY today because the
Well,
SPY
it
is
just
going
depends
to
what
be
you're
going with
trading.
the Qs today, right? Because the way that it works right now is that the SPY is in the middle of the tape and the Qs are off the support. So the SPY is going to be looking a little bit more choppy than the Qs are because it has that relative strength coming back up to resistance, right? If you look at a daily chart, the SPY is stuck in the middle of the chart. So
Man,
it's going to be looking very
Q's
piggy, very
Q's
piggy.
still inside day, right? And it's got way further to go to get to its next resistance point because it's got beaten down so much more than everything else. And this is, back to kind of Snowman's talking about the different weightings of these indexes, right? You can see how the Qs, if you just anchor to relative highs, how much the Qs have been just absolutely smoked compared to the SPY is holding much further up and the IWM is holding even further up. And just by looking at those three, you can get a pretty good understanding of what's happening with whether or not people are interested in tech or whether they're interested in boring non-tech stuff, right? And this is what we were seeing, and it was hitting new high after new high at the same time the Qs was pulling back, right? No new highs there on Qs. So again, it's just a simple way to take a look at it and just go, all right, where's the money flowing into? Which of these is outperforming? Which of these is holding up and pullbacks? Where are the guys, the big dudes who move the market? Where are they putting their cash today? And that obviously changes every day, and it changes intraday. But right now, as we look at it, people are buying boring, quote unquote, boring stuff, and that's fine. And it makes sense. Like I'm not personally going to take a huge bet on like something like software right before Google reports. Tesla, I don't think matters as much. I don't think people care as much about Tesla, but I think Google's the big thing that everyone's looking at because they're one of the biggest AI players out there. So they're probably the biggest public AI player out there, the one that they have to kind of open up their books and look at. So we'll see what happens there. So it doesn't surprise me that we hit on the SPY and on the Qs, that we hit kind of prior highs, Qs a little bit above prior highs, still not through yesterday's high, right? Still an inside day here for the Qs. We hit those prior highs and we chilled out for a bit. You get that first hour of the day, end of July, right? Huge earnings report the next day, some sort of jobs number coming out as well. So we got the run and we chilled out. And this is the benefit of the day trading that like Mitch does, as opposed to me, who I generally hold for the entire day, is you might have gotten all the juice out of it. And if you just kind of close everything down, said, great, good morning, you'd probably be a little better off in these type of environments where things probably have a lower propensity just to trend all day.
Yeah, we'll see. We still get the stair step move higher. It's still playing in, right? I think it's just one of those moves where it's not going to let you in. And I think that that's the thing that happened. If you were waiting this morning, oh, I need to buy further dips. You didn't get in yesterday. You didn't get in. And so that's the hard part, right? And so a lot of times what I'm noticing more and more in these uncertainty times, I might start switching and only trading after hours. That's what I'm
I know.
noticing in these
I
uncertainty
know
times,
a lot of traders that just
especially.
all the time,
Yeah,
only.
I've been finding the edge there. I just it's definitely late nights, especially with the
Uh,
24/5
mhm.
market now. You have to kind of be up late. But I'm always up late. It's the thing that happens to me all the time. Hate going to sleep
Well,
sometimes, but
I know a lot of traders who just said, and this will change eventually, but the idea of you're trying to always avoid like the HFT systems and things like
yeah,
that, and they're not on in the pre-market. So I saw a lot of people when those things, because I was there when they were getting introduced, they either went longer term and more swing trading. That's one way to dodge them, because an HFT system, they're playing for pennies or 10 cents. They're not playing for dollars. So you avoid it that way. A lot of people went to small caps because they just don't really exist in the small cap space, enough liquidity. And then the other way is after hours and pre-market, is you just go and say, okay, go from there. Just let's sidestep. Let me find out where Goldman Sachs is hanging out, and then let's go somewhere else. I don't need to play their game. Where is Citadel and Virtue making their money? Good. I'll go hang somewhere else. LABT, you guys are trading. What's this crazy thing? Every time I haven't heard of it before, but it's in the chat, I'm like, what Chinese pump and dump am I going to be bringing up here? Wow. So a huge surge off the open from $2, or a pre-market from $2 to $7. And then look at that slow grind down all day. Yeah, this is liquidation at its finest. Like, I think every candle has been at a lower, except this one, I guess, has had a lower high than the candle before it. That's pretty wild. It's a pretty substantial move. If you want it to, I don't think I'd ever do mean reversion on stuff like this. Maybe it works, but this is all hype driven stuff. So you'd almost want to just strictly look at momentum, I think, in names like this. Now it's up to you, whatever strategy you have work. I'm not trying to tell you what strategy to build, but I just look at moves like this and I just say, well, whatever LABT is, let me look here, whatever this thing is, it's obviously didn't go up, what, 100x or 100-fold without some sort of, without a really strong catalyst, and they just don't really care about those. LAB to NU, it's a drug thing, right? Lakewood Bioscience hides NU3 resilience data in response to National Plan of Presidential Advisory counting antibiotic resistant bacteria. Wow, that sounds like a snoozer to read. But yeah, so they had some sort of good trial results. And I love mean reversion. I think it's a incredibly underrated way to take trades, but just on stuff like this that's just so news heavy, I just don't know if that'd be the move for me. I think I'd just be more interested in give me the actual trade. Give me the momentum, or I'm out, right? ECMD, I see some of my systematic guys talking about this, saying it's definitely this one. ZCMD. Oh, we were talking about this one earlier. This was at here, what, $2? This is why so many people I know who short small caps just have a no China please filter, and just anything that is domiciled, they're like, I am not going to short any Chinese, because these guys can pump these things so hard and not really worry about going to jail. There must be like no float on this. Let me see. Volume, market capitalization, $1.5 million. That's the entire company's value is $1.5 million. Oof. Oh, thanks, man. Reminder here that crude oil inventories just hit. So let's see what's going. Oh,
Thanks,
so
Big
it didn't
Timmy.
matter today. It didn't matter. It's one of those generally like 9 times, and I know this because very specifically before the technology got so fast and all that kind of stuff. I would do this. We paid at the prop firm for a direct line. So we would get the news like seconds before it would kind of hit on the street. And I would be spending all Wednesday morning just prepping for, what do they expect? I'd read like 5 or 6 analyst reports and what do they think is going to happen with, is there going to be a draw? Is there going to be more oil? By how much? And I do all this scenario planning, right? If I hear this number, I'm buying. If I hear that number, I'm selling. If I hear this number, I'm not doing anything. And you like very consistently good, quick hits on them. And then like everything, the market just got really good at predicting what the number was ahead of time, and it just stopped working, right?
Getting some Google here, guys. Google's waking up here. Of course, has their earnings tonight. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit here. Look for a little pullback back below 348s to add, and then look for the win here in Google. Have HPE going well for me. That I added just another ad, right? So you guys can literally see the ads here. Add, right? Like really nice. Like it's almost like the bot took this, and that's how you want to look sometimes when you're seeing your execution. So the only thing it leaves me is the realm of 50s above, big win, break even on pullbacks. I'm just adding and adding, building a position. If it keeps going, yeah, I have a big position on now, and don't have to stress about any loss, essentially. Right, so we'll see what happens on that one. Did get a little bit of Google there, and going to look for some Gilead pullback and then a break to the upside. All right, guys, we're going to go to some education time here. Things will be moving a little bit around out there, so you guys can always talk to us in the chat if you guys are seeing some stocks moving. We're going to do a little bit of education today. We're going to go to our swing trading segment here, and then we're going to touch some J. Wilder Jr., of course. Talk a little bit about some charting action here that you guys can be using in day trading, swing trading, and any type of trading, really. But let's get to it.
You know those tools traders use every single day? Things like RSI, ATR, they kind of feel like they've just always been there, right? Well, they haven't. They were pretty much all invented by just one man. And his story, it's one of the most remarkable and frankly overlooked stories in the history of financial markets. I mean, you've definitely seen it. You look at a price chart and there's that little box underneath with a line just bouncing around between 2 levels. You might even know it's called the RSI.
What is that line?
But what is it actually doing? What is it trying to tell you? Well, think of those lines as a kind of language. It's a language for reading a market's momentum, its volatility, and its trend. And here's the incredible part.
15 away
the
from the
dictionary
eval.
for that
Get it,
language,
Tony.
the one that most traders still use
You
today,
get it first.
was basically written by a single person. And he wasn't a Wall Street banker. Nope, he was an engineer. So let's meet the man behind the math, the invisible engineer whose work is on millions of screens every single day, even if most people don't know his name. His name was J. Wilder Jr. And look, this guy was not a product of Harvard Business School. He was a mechanical engineer. And that fact is the key to this entire story. He looked at the total chaos of the markets, and where everyone else just saw randomness, he saw a system he believed could be understood, measured, and defined, just like any machine he'd ever worked on. Yeah, his path to the markets was, well, let's just say it was anything but conventional. He served in the Navy, got his engineering degree, then built up a really successful career in real estate. But in the early 70s, his partners bought him out. So what does he do? He takes all that money, and instead of, finding another job, he just dives headfirst into 13 straight years of full-time, obsessive market research. And what came out of that
Which I think
deep
a lot of
dive,
traders
that
should do
obsession?
at first.
It wasn't just
right?
one new idea. It was an entire toolkit that would completely change technical analysis forever. So let's dig into that. So in 1978, he publishes this book that just perfectly shows you how his mind worked. It wasn't full of vague theories or market predictions. No way. It was a dense, incredibly practical manual, just packed with formulas, step-by-step instructions, and clear rules. It was literally an engineer's blueprint for trading the markets. And this is where you really see his genius. He wasn't just creating random indicators. He was building specific tools to answer the most fundamental questions every single trader faces. Questions like, is there even a trend right now? How strong is it? And where the heck should I place my stop loss? He created a complete,
back hacks,
systematic
right?
framework to
Asking
answer
the
those
question
questions.
and the answer.
So let's break this down by
Those
looking at his
indicators
most
are
famous creation, the one you have absolutely
most
seen before,
famous and most
the Relative
important.
Strength Index, or RSI. To put it simply, the RSI is
His
a
mentality
momentum
going in
meter.
it, though,
Its
was
job
really
is to measure
interesting,
how
right? I
fast
think that's how you
and how big an asset's
fixing
price has been
businesses,
changing.
right?
And then it plots that measurement on a really simple scale from 0 to 100. Honestly, the best way to think about it is like a speedometer for the market. And the real beauty of it, the elegance, is how simple it is at its core. All the RSI really does is compare the average size of the up moves to the average size of the down moves over a specific period. That's it. It's basically a mathematical tug of war between the buyers and the sellers. And that specific period? Well, the default is almost always 14. So why 14? This part's a little quirky. Wilder apparently chose it because he believed it represented half a lunar cycle, which he thought influenced market rhythms. A little out there? Sure. But here's the crazy thing. For over 40 years now, that 14-period setting has proven to be an incredibly robust and
You a
effective
werewolf?
standard across pretty much all markets.
Yeah, no, this is why I
So
don't,
knowing what it
use the
is
14.
one thing. But how do traders actually use it to make
I've got
decisions?
a bunch of strategies that
Let's
use
get into a
different
few of the core strategies.
sensible time zones.
All right, this is the classic. The first thing everybody learns. A reading above 70 suggests the market is overbought, and maybe it's running out of steam. A reading below 30 suggests it's oversold and could be due for a bounce. But, and this is a huge but, Wilder himself noted that this strategy works best in markets that are just moving sideways, not in big, powerful trends. Now, this
We are
next
moving
one,
sideways right now.
divergence, is what Wilder himself believed was one of the most powerful signals out there.
That's what
It's
I
when the
look
price
for a
makes
lot
new
of the
high,
times.
but at the same time, the RSI makes a lower high. It's a huge warning sign that the momentum, the fuel behind the trend, is starting to fade, even though the price itself is still rising. It's like a car's engine
Major
sputtering
edge
right before it
looking
stalls.
in this.
And here's a more advanced take. Years later, an analyst named Andrew Cardwell discovered that in a strong uptrend, the
Oh, these
RSI will
Andrew
often find
Caldwell, they're
support
called
around the
Dr.
40 level,
RSI.
not all the way down at 30. And in a downtrend, it often hits resistance, a ceiling, around the 60 level, not 70. This
This is why
insight completely transformed
is
how
above
professionals use
60,
the RSI
holding
in
60
trending
is a
markets.
good level
So
to
as you
look
can
for.
see, the RSI alone was a monumental contribution. But Wilder's legacy goes so much deeper than just that, and that's what we're going to wrap up with. I mean, the scale of his work is just incredible. You have the RSI to measure momentum. You've got the ATR, another of his inventions, which became the gold standard for measuring volatility. You have the
Still gold
ADX, which
standard.
measures trend strength, and the parabolic SAR, which gives you exit points. He didn't just build a tool, he built the entire workshop. This quote, it just perfectly captures his engineering mindset. See, for him, it wasn't about being right on any single trade. It was about having a sound process and following it with discipline. It was about removing emotion and letting the system do the work. The outcome of one trade didn't matter. The integrity of the process did. And think about this for a second. He
100%.
designed these tools with a pencil and graph paper for the old school commodity trading pits. Yet today, those exact same mathematical formulas are the default indicators people use for trading cryptocurrencies on their smartphone. That longevity is just a stunning testament to the universal principles he uncovered. So the next time you see that RSI line on a chart, remember the engineer from North Carolina who looked at the market and saw a machine. He gave us a language to
North
understand
Carolina.
it. Which kind of leaves us with a final thought. What new language, what new toolkit will define the next 50 years of trading? And who will be the next J. Wells Wilder Jr.?
Who will it be? Will it be you out there right now tuning in? Well, you never know, right? We'll see what happens out there, but definitely continue building. And if you're building indicators and things like that, let us know. We'll test it out. We got no problem. All right, we'll see what else is out there. And don't forget that you can be coding your own indicators here, right? Like this 5% was coded in, right? You could be doing the same.
Use AI to code into trading evolution. I'll tell you that much. You could do it. We'll see what happens out there. Can we get back above the 348s here for Google? Market just kind of slowing up a little bit. Q's pulling back. Looking to see if the SPY is also doing it. And yeah, we are getting that little bit of a pullback.
Yeah, we're like, look at the RSP here.
I mean, everything
Down.
pulled back. Yeah, everything pulled back. So only thing up in the last 5 minutes is utilities.
We hit the resistance we were looking for on the morning and talked about that in the pre-market, that this is likely the area we're going to struggle at. Got there. Dude woke up. Had to bust everyone's parade just as we were hitting resistance point, and down we come. I would not be surprised if we have both made the high of the day and the low of the day already today. And, we end up just consolidating for most of the day, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, while we wait for the big earnings. And then once that big earnings happens, then we go, okay, now we can finally start to get interesting and really start to push things and go from there.
Getting a big breakout, guys, in CEG, VST, and I like these names. I had them on the playbook just 2 days ago. I had CEG when it was down at 255. It's now 274. So don't say we don't give you guys some stocks that are holding in there. I talked about how GEV's report was an actual good report. It's on the red right now. Will it go green? You're seeing Bloom Energy do well. You're seeing TLN do well. You're seeing VST. You're seeing CEG break out. You're seeing Bloom Energy break out. At least reversal on Bloom Energy. Definitely. We'll see if these can hold in. But CEG, definitely a miss there for me today. Wanted to get it today towards kind of the 265 look. It's up there to 273 and pushing strong.
Yeah, looking mention of oil.
That's strength.
What's interesting is oil is moving and it's starting to push down just a bit. And at the same time, the market's pushing down. So we're getting that kind of inverse correlation where we have not only generally speaking, oil up, market down, vice versa, at least since the war started again. And we're getting a little bit of a split where oil is pushing down over the last 15 minutes or so. And at the same time, the markets are also pushing down over the last 15 minutes or so. Unusual. I think it's just more symptomatic of just chop, right? There's nothing with real sustained trends from the oil side of things. And people are just waiting for the next taco or whatever. Do you think he's could be waiting for earnings in order to do his next taco? He's going to be there listening to the Google call. And if things rally after earnings, he's like, okay, I can keep the war going for a bit. And then if things fall after earnings, he'll be like, oh, it's time to talk about how we made another peace deal. Just keep that cycle going. Almost back to the open on the SPY. Just be careful, right? This would be a green to red move on the daily candle, where right there it is right there, where it was green. Right, this was green. It was right at these highs. And inside day is the most important thing, I think, to note. Bulls haven't done anything, bears haven't done anything, and now we just flipped red on the day. So more likely here, I think that we maybe continue a bit, but then we have all of this pre-market low to deal with. So if we start moving down, especially, I don't think we'll reach this before we take off, but 745 seems to be a big one, right? 749 to the upside was what we watched. We hit that, reversed from it completely. To the downside, 745 would be the one. I think that's the most interesting.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there. It's 10:46. It hasn't been a bad day, at least for me. Was able to still make some gains, and we'll see if the party can continue. Qs are still holding on. Really, when you think about it, SNDK hasn't come back to the opening price. Neither has Hynix, so just continue to watch that action. Look at the SMH, right? Like, this is what you call just running it away from people, right? If you got out of all your Qs trade because the world was ending on Monday,
day, well, I'm sorry, because the market is doing that classic move where it shakes you. And the next thing you know, you're looking back and being like, why the hell did I get out of some of these AI trades? Because that's how it does it, right? And I think that that's why you need to be always having the mentality of what hat are you wearing? Are you an investor? Are you a swing trader? Are you a day trader? Right? Know your hat and which hat you have on. I know some of us like to trade multiple hats, and that's when it really gets hard because you can make bad decisions because you're using a swing trader mentality for a day trade. You're using like long system mentality for your swing trade, right? Like let's say like for swing trading, I always know that, hey, if I don't feel like the stock's going to hold trend and I feel like the stock is going to come back a massive amount, well, I'll get out of the trade. But if I was long term, that doesn't necessarily have to be, right? It's how do I look at the business overall in the long run, right? And is the fundamentals kind of improving on the system, right? Am I looking at deeper time frames like the monthly low versus the daily low? Those types of things come into play, right? We'll see what happens out there, guys. Definitely don't miss today, guys. We do have the lunch recap today and an extended power hour. And of course, our earnings streams that you guys don't want to miss it. Lunch cap starts in about 2 hours from now. Power hours start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. And then the earnings season begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss that. It's gonna be a party indeed. Of course, AK-47, you got Steve there. It's gonna be something that we'll definitely be watching.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe I do a little pop buy. I'm definitely gonna be looking to see what happens to the earnings. Will I be long anything tonight? More than likely not. I don't like to go through that headline risk. You guys out there, if you guys want to go through it, by all means. It's up to you guys to determine if you guys want to get after that, but I'll be probably looking to cash the trades right before the reports. And the reason why is not that I don't believe Google beats it here, it's that there's too much risk for the other side to come in, right? Because the other side comes in, and then next thing you know, you're like just with your face ripped off tomorrow. And that's not going to be fun for anybody, right? Like, so I will take bets, but if I do take bets, a lot of that will be kind of closing up here on the action, right?
Yeah,
Just want that noted.
It's a binary event. Generally speaking, you might want to avoid earnings for just the stock you're in, but then there's certain events like tonight, and I think more so next Wednesday, that it's like earnings for the entire S&P 500, because these companies make up 10% or so by market cap, but then also got their fingers out there in a lot of pies that are even more interesting and important.
Did somebody say pie?
Ooh. But yeah, you've got this whole market cap. If you look at the percentage of the market that will be affected by the earnings either tonight or by next Wednesday, it's going to be huge. It's going to be enough that wouldn't surprise me to see us up a couple percent tomorrow. Wouldn't surprise to see us down a couple percent tomorrow. If Google just completely flubs it.
They don't like Microsoft today.
Well, it's
software, right?
Software, right? Yeah,
dude,
software down.
Look at that, dude. It's too present for me, Michael. There's still some problems here. There's still some companies that are going to go. The AI disruption is real, man. You know what I mean? Like, I do think that there's some companies that will be really good. I mean, you look at the cyber names, they haven't really done bad. But
Duolingo.
Maybe Microsoft's a telling sign, right? Maybe Microsoft's a telling sign. Like, if they can't get Microsoft to come back on this report, are we really going to start being like concerned about Microsoft? Because
no,
the chart looks ugly, dude.
As an investment, it might not be good for a while, but as a company, you think people are going to be vibe coding their own like operating system right to the kernel? Like, no shot. It's more of, I think you got to remember, right? Who owns OpenAI? Microsoft owns a massive chunk of OpenAI. So, right, if the AI trade ends up being on, they're going to benefit from that. They were one of the earlier-ish large investors, and yeah, it's a huge. So I think it's kind of just software related as a whole. But it's what valuation is it? If I don't know, Xbox stops being a thing, like you take 10% off the company, and then this stops being a thing, you take. So yeah, but are people going to vibe code Windows 11? I doubt it. Be great. I'd use it. I distest Windows. Just spent a ton of money on a new Windows machine. I just don't like it at all. But I'm not going to trust something that like some guy out of his garage just decided to create another one, right?
Well, you never know. You never know. Is that what I need to do? Is that going to change the world? The thing is,
Yeah,
I don't think
well,
it'll change the world. That's the problem.
well, there's a million Linux distros if you really want to go. There's a billion ways to do it. The problem with Linux is just the compatibility of softwares, right? It's
That's the problem.
most cybersecurity guys don't use Windows for a reason, right? They use Linux. They use things like that instead, and good for them. I just couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, we'll see what happens out there, guys. I see healthcare pushing strong there. I will be looking at those names. Johnson and Johnson gave me an alert there. It's pushing strong. I just don't want to go chasing now. It's definitely lifting off though. Look at the lift off there. Johnson and Johnson looking strong, guys. Strong there. 255 recovery. I talked about this one. It has the surgical outlook out there. It came in with earnings, popped up there to 270s. Now has pulled back, reloaded on the 250s. And once again, sometimes the easiest play, resistance becomes support. Boom, boom, bomb. Right? Like it doesn't need to be difficult sometimes, guys. Good trade there in Johnson and Johnson. If someone's nailing that one, can't be mad at you at all. Q's hanging in here. I'm just gonna look to see if Google wants to get green now. Google's the one that I definitely think could continue this party going. If it wants to rip back above 350s, yeah, you'll keep the Q's kind of steady along. So I'll be looking to see what happens there. If Tesla washes out, Q's wash out, watch out. SNDK kind of holding in there. SK Hynix, right, really being a market driver right now. So if this goes red today, yeah, I would be really careful, right? But if this can just stay like on this type of tune where it undercuts and keeps rallying, I mean, you can just keep the party just going along, right? So
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, I think everyone's looking at Google, right? Tesla's important, and they're an AI player, and in some respects, and all that. But I think the main thing is everyone just wants to go. Are you still going to be spending a bunch of money on AI? Is everybody happy with
it's all about the
what's
cloud.
going on there? Is everything great?
If that cloud revenue drops, like if there's one thing I would be training my algo on today, like is that cloud number. That cloud number was the important number last time. It'll be the important number this time because that cloud number comes down. No more justification of spending an insane AI capex, right?
Mhm.
If that rate slows down, that's when you'll get the questions from the analysts, Michael. That's when the analysts will start being like, "Oh, but what about the capex?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So get ready. They have the questions ready. They just need to see what happens here to the revenues. If they keep killing it on cloud revenue, well, guess what? It's like a new gas. It's like pouring gas on the fire. You're just telling me more and more that they're just continuing to win. And like I mentioned, nothing's broken in the AI complex. The memory names, if anything, gave us some really good insight that the demand was as high as it's ever been, right? Not slowing down. NVIDIA keeps mentioning really good bullish tunes. They're not seeing slowdown there. AMD doesn't look weak, right? So to me, this is why I didn't want to overreact to the Qs being down at the beginning part of the week because of that mentality, right? Because at the end of the day, number-wise, fundamental-wise, nothing's broken. And if nothing's broken, what's the only thing that's broken is the euphoria side, the story part. But story, of course, sometimes will break when the technicals go sideways like this, when you bring in that uncertainty, right? So then what do we need?
another driving type of story. One of them could easily be SK Hynix, right? Ripping through the roof, right? Then now you have memory names starting to climb, right? And then the other thing is just bring the big boys back. Bring the big boy participation back in, and then boom, you start to make things look a lot better underneath the hood. We'll find out tonight. That's really the tell sign.
Yeah, and that's again, be here, come hang out, because that's the whole world is just looking to see. Your technical traders aren't going to listen to the call. I'm not going to listen to the call, but the still interested just to look at the price action, right? So as someone who doesn't care about what they say, I'm still gonna be peeking at my phone while I'm putting the kiddos down, just going, well, what's Google doing? And I think that's going to, because it's an event that so many people are watching, that's the only thing that matters. It becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point, right? Where you have everybody's interested in it, therefore it's important, therefore everyone's interested in it, therefore it's important, right? You can get these kind of flywheel effects in trading and investing, that something could be completely benign, but if the whole world's focused on it, then it's the only thing that matters. So hope is, right, we wake up and Google's up 5-10%, the whole market's finally broke out of that range, and me as someone who owns a lot of stock will be a super happy camper. But you got no way of knowing, so you just kind of hold on, and like Mitch said, probably a good idea to sometimes maybe manage some of that risk. If you're hearing us talk about how important I think this will be, and you're getting worried, then maybe you're a little too big, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe either, and you don't have to necessarily sell your holding if you like it. Maybe you buy some VIX, maybe you buy some inverse, the SQQQ, that's a short one, things like that. There are things you can do to say, well, if I'm worried that this is going to cause a little bit more of a pullback, there's just little hedges and stuff like that you can put on.
Quick push here. Well, I'm going to try to get back into Google here. Got cut out on that undercut. We'll use that undercut as a risk spot here. Qs are pushing strong here. I saw the SPY pushing strong there, so I just got right back in. I'll use that low here, the key, give it a second to get back above that wick, and really 350s is the sign, right? Like, it's not about this range. This range is all within range, right? When we break outside of this range on the top end, that's your real strong sign for Google to continue. Why? Hourly ranges start to break, right? So if you look at the hourly ranges, you've been stuck sideways for how long, right? Pretty much 2 days. Right? You know what I mean? Pretty much 2 days, right? So if you can break out of that range, you can see some maybe continuation to the upside. Definitely don't want to take a big risk here. It needs to be like that the market wants to participate all day and the SPY wants to go back to the highs. So you saw a little pop there in the SPY. You saw a little pop there in the Qs. Now I want to see this name go green, right? Like that's a little pop there. SNDK right back above. SK Hynix right back above, right? So let's see if they start to push here, and we're looking good, right? So, hey, took the shots, have 3 trades on, potential to make big green, and that's all we can do. As day traders, swing traders, come in, give yourself a shot. Give yourself a shot at the goal. Like I always say, Argentina could have never won the final, and there's a big reason why. They never shot at the goal, not a single shot at the goal. You can't win the game if you don't take a shot, right? So, hey, in this case, we'll see what happens if we win the game today. And the key, like always, understanding that, yeah, there's always going to be back and forths. There's always going to be shakes. Learn how to play within the shakes, right? I try to stay up with the current environment, and I'm always trying to stay 1 or 2 steps ahead, not behind traders, ahead of traders, right? This week was all about tech rebounding. You get what I mean? Like, this is just classic, right? There's a reason why I was telling everybody, watch out. They could just be washing you out. And they, a lot of times when the stock market goes sideways, there's a saying, I'm probably going to say it wrong, so Michael can correct me. But if they don't wear you out, they'll scare you out. That's that's the one that they're doing here, right? And that's what's happening a lot of the time. So a lot of the times when we go sideways in the SPY and the Qs, they just start to chop you in and out. So if you're not being that trader that's taking the gifts, you end up just feeling like you're banging your head on the floor, right? You're just like, oh my God, I get this trade, it goes back to red. I get this trade, it goes back to red, right? Get out of that, snap out of that, right? Understand current environments are going to determine a lot of your return, right? If you don't have the right strategy on for the right current environment, odds are you're not going to win the game.
Yeah. And that, either you trade multiple strategies, say it all the time, or you're really good at identifying environment, you're trading different strategies. But yeah, just chill. For me, I'm going to go take a nap.
Hit that like, guys. Hit that like.
my game
Information
plan.
like this, I'll tell you right
Yeah.
now, information like this, you don't get on many trading shows, right? That's why
No.
Michael and I take the time. We're trying to share our
Well-
little bits and nuggets of wisdom for you guys to do research and learn off of, right? We always say take everything we say with a little bit of grains, but
Well,
we try
and
to
I
do our
think
best.
there's so much out there that are just so content brained that like you never tune into the news and they go, nothing's happening. And then they turn it off, right? Because that's not the best thing for, ratings and views and all that, but it's the honest thing that's happening. And that's what we give you. This is honestly what's happening. And this is how, as a trader, you could potentially deal with it. And then yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna go take a nap. Let's all do our rain dance for Google, and hopefully tomorrow we get some good action that will finally move things around.
We'll
Peace,
see
guys.
you on the Power Hour starting up in just a little bit. Be there, guys. Power Hour is in about an hour and a half from now. I'm to be correct. Is it lunch? Lunch
you're right.
recap. Don't miss the lunch recap today. We'll get the lunch recap in, and we got the Power Hour in about. Lunch recap starts at 12, and then we'll be getting into the Power Hour. Starts at 2:30, and then the earnings stream at 3:30. I want you guys there. That's why I went over the times. I'll see you guys there later. Now to get you over to the scanner side, and go Google. Go Google. Go.
What is up, traders? Steve Tileman here with Trade the Pool a little bit early because we got some stuff that I want to get into before Josh and I hit the mid-week recap here. So it's Wednesday. It's hump day. We got halfway through the week here. We are getting a nice bit of a push into the afternoon. We did break through the high of the day that the morning session set, and honestly, that surprised me. But Gamma did kind of give us the hint. So let me show you what I'm talking about. We'll go over 2 minutes of SPY here, then I'm going to hop into a little bit of a review of the earnings of yesterday because we had some technical issues. I couldn't quite get to that, but I'd love to tell you a little bit about what we saw on the earnings reports of IBKR, of COF, and of Alaskan Airlines, ALK. That was the third there. So 3 different stories, but all telling us something about the consumer. We're going to get into that in just a second here. How we doing in the chat? Anybody out there? I know we were just on the scanner, but I think we got some people in the house. Let me know where you're at. Let me know what you're trading. We can talk about that too. Till then, SPY coming on up into our bear supply in terms of the Camarilla pivot zone. Just a normal area for it to kind of slow down a little bit. If I take these levels off too, it'll be a little clearer. And what we can see is in this gamma profile, this yellow and purple blob here. Essentially, we got magnetized up to this biggest node to the upside. Once we got pretty darn close, like I said, aligned roughly with the top of the zone, didn't quite get there, we are starting to see a little bit of a mean reversion trade take place. Kind of makes sense, and I was expecting us to trade within this morning range basically all day personally. And that's because we have some big earnings coming up after hours, and those are going to be what really set the tone. Would make sense if the tape needs to kind of hold off and wait for that. We're going to be talking more about this in detail when we get into the midweek market recap with Josh as well, because definitely some really interesting mechanics, the biggest of which being chips absolutely roaring today. So we're going to talk about what that means for the market. But first, let's talk about what yesterday's earnings meant for the market. We're going to hop on into that. So first off, we're going to start with IBKR. Going to pull it up on the daily chart here as well. Not doing anything intraday, just trading in a tight range so far. Interesting action because the earnings were good, but yet price not doing a whole lot of anything. Let's look at this on the daily. Still a tight flag, still holding its ground, but not making any massive progress after earnings. Last earnings, it's interesting. It did the same thing. It kind of held its ground for about a week and a half off of good results and then pushed off very aggressively. Let's see, where was it? Yeah, this earnings right here, it dropped a little bit, traded sideways for about a week, and then started to staircase up. So we are at that same interesting kind of congestion point pivot where all these moving averages align, and this is where we might see a similar kind of thing happening, just tightening up around this 94, 95 pivot. Once it can get through there, assuming it can hold over 92, I think this one is ready to make a pretty good move. I'd like to see 100 minimum. So let's talk about the fundamentals here. Yo, Coach DB in the house. That name is still sticking, Steve the Achieve. I don't know why, I don't know how. I guess it's a good nickname, and every once in a while I'll do something good. So I appreciate that. You could have hit me with a much worse of a nickname, and I bet it would have stuck coming from you. So I'll take that one as an honor. Let's get into this report here. So, like I said, 3 stories, kind of all about the consumer in one way or another. Let's talk about it. Getting my numbers ready. There we go. Perfect. So let's take a little bit of a bird's eye view so far. Quick lay of the land. IBKR, that's the one we were talking about first, the one on the screen to the right there. The street was looking for around 61 to 64 cents a share. They blew right past that, reporting 69 cents. Very nice. And this is, this is a rate play that delivered nice and clean here. To refresh our memory, IBKR, they makes money when rates are high because the clients are going to be trading more, right? If you're not just going to, basically more volatility as well as an environment that they do well off. But basically, whenever the market is considered tradable, you're getting better returns there. Well, people are going to be churning shares more. People are going to be making more transactions, and IBKR does very well in that environment. So moving on into Alaska. The street was modeling a pretty severe loss of about 99 cents per share there, and they did post a loss, but they actually managed to contain the damage, posting much narrower loss of 68 cents there. And more importantly, they guided Q3 back to profitability. So we did see a red result in the stock, but I'll be honest, guys, I don't really care that much about any of these stocks, nearly as much as I care about their implications on the market as a whole and really the consumer as a whole. So we did have a red reaction to ALK. That being said, I still consider this checking ticking the the checkbox of, basically we're looking for all of these. Is the consumer strong? Is the consumer resilient? I think this one passes that as well. Let's talk about that. And again, the guide back to profitability, that's, I think, going to be more important. It might take a while for these airline stocks to really catch and get some traction. It's not a particularly popular trade right now. Until oil cools off, it's going to be really hard for the stock to move up too much. But in terms of earnings and the guidance, pretty good look there in my book. So the last one we want to talk about is Capital One, COF. So again, another red result on what I consider pretty good results, pretty good earnings, not just for the overall consumer and their strength, but actually for the company in this regard as well. So I think they put in a really strong quarter. The street modeled in around 472 to just over $5 a share, and they actually delivered an adjusted EPS of 581 on 15.9 billion in revenue. So they had let's see, a few things that we're going to talk about in detail that I think they bode really bullishly, really nicely for the stock, but yet we're still kind of stuck, gate kept by this 200-day moving average. And in my opinion, this is an example of where technicals can kind of trump a good fundamental read in the short term, just because they are going to really, basically, we're going to need to see especially good numbers or an outsized beat to get the move through such a key level when there's kind of a wall of sellers there that don't care about the earnings as much. They're just there from a purely technical level, and the fundamental narrative has to basically become stronger than that technical sell level. So the first tap, even after a good result, could get sold pretty heavily. We did see that open right at the 200. So far, we are down quite a ways, but we are making some traction to the upside as the day goes on. So hopefully this thing can close over some key moving averages. And just like in the prior week, it had a big flush and then got reversed to go higher. I believe that we are, very likely to do that as long as we do hold this rising 50-day. So there's the technical beat there. And now it's time to get into some of these numbers. So in terms of the expectations, a few things to talk about here. So first off with IBKR. Oh, hold on. Did I skip something? Oh, there we go. There's IBKR. So yeah, let's start here when we get, in terms of getting a look under the hood here. So we talked briefly about the EPS landing at 69 cents. We were looking for, what was it? A decent amount lower, so a solid beat on that number there. Revenue hit 1.9 billion reported there. So let me flip on over to the chart as we talk about it. Sorry, battle and lag, as you guys can see. Bear with me one moment. There are the numbers. Yeah, so only a 5% beat on the revenue side, about 8% beat on the earnings itself. Still a nice clean double beat. Not expecting a massive move off of this print so much as just it confirming the narrative and, kind of continuing to work its way up with the overall market. I think that when the market breaks out, so will this, both of them in a large pennant here. So in terms of what actually mattered, though, I was really looking for those operating metrics to hold steady and to inflect upwards, or to keep guiding upwards. So the question was, we knew that volume was basically coming in and continuing to come into this space as just that those numbers were pretty transparent. The question was whether that volume would convert into actual dollars. That's what we always look for in terms of these I don't want to call them like less tangible companies, but just, it's a little bit less clear sometimes about whether all of this cool stuff that some of these tech companies are talking about is actually going to convert into revenue. So a little more solid with a brokerage firm like this than, say, software as a service. but still worth noting that, we're always looking for that actual transition from, interesting ideas, new volume, new eyes on a product into actual numbers. So let's see. The other number that was really interesting to me, this net interest income. So the money that they earn on client cash balances, essentially. So this actually crushed expectations. Consensus was $956 million, but they posted $1.06 billion. So up 23% year over year there. That's a much bigger beat than we were anticipating. And as long as the Fed sits where it is, IBKR earns a massive spread on billions in idle client cash. So they do really well in this kind of environment, this kind of higher for longer rates environment. That's at least how we seem to be trending and how the market is kind of interpreting the recent data points we've gotten in the past month or so. We can check in on this by checking the September rate hike odds. And last I checked yesterday, they were sitting at, I believe, about 65 to 70% there. So definitely an uptick since the about 50-50 split we saw maybe a month and a half ago, last time we heard Warsh talk at length. So just interesting to see this trade kind of start to take root. Also worth noting that it doesn't necessarily mean that we actually get the rate hikes. I think that there's a very strong case to be made that the market is kind of overpricing, overcorrecting this risk of a rate hike into September. What if we don't? What if for some reason we cut? I don't know. Just looking to see any potential inflections in the narrative between now and September. Because I think that could provide a really nice base for the market to rally overall, and why I'm looking at these kind of names through a rate sensitive or a interest, just a interest rate lens in general. All right, guys. So we talked a little bit about IBKR and that net interest income. That was definitely the biggest number, and they crushed on that. Going into the print, the concern was basically only that expectations were already quite high. So when everybody expects a stock to do very well, just about everybody was rating this a strong buy. Sometimes that good number can still get sold because there's no real marginal buyer left to surprise. So the metrics delivered exactly as we hoped, and that's always the great first step. We'd like to see the stock respond in turn, but like I said, technically, don't think it needs to explode anytime in the next day or two. More just hold these key levels, and it'll be a matter of time that it'll just kind of work its way up. So a few things to note here. They stripped out the foreign exchange noise, and they proved that the operating engine is structurally sound here. The net interest income broke that $1 billion mark, which was a big deal. And through it all, they maintained a 77% pre-tax profit margin. So not just a beat here, this was absolutely validating the bull's thesis here. And in my book, like I said, onwards and upwards for IBKR. Good, clean read. All right, give me 1 sec. I think I might have to switch my layout here on the streamer side. Let me do this real quick. Sorry if you lose my screen for just 1 second. Shouldn't be a problem. Boom, there we go. Bear with me. Switching tabs, a little bit brutal when I got this much running. In a second, I'll be able to close a bunch of stuff, and we'll get nice and smooth for the charts to get into that market review. But while we do this little presentation, thanks for bearing with me. Next up, Alaska Airlines, ALK. So this one was trying to hold its 200-day after breaking through the upside, testing it back. And this one cracked to the downside, whereas the COF, it was trading up into its 200-day, also ending up underneath, but just from a different side here. So slightly different in how we're going to approach these from a technical perspective. But real quick, let's talk fundamentals. So this was the name that was carrying the most kind of event day risk, I would say. They had the most things that could go wrong in their call. And I think that they managed to navigate it pretty darn solidly here. So first off, everybody was expecting them to miss. So they did report the net loss, but it was much less extreme than we were kind of anticipating. At least the street was anticipating. So they reported a net loss of $76 million or 68 cents per share. While it was still a loss, definitely more significantly narrow than the 97 to 99 cent loss that the street had modeled. So revenue came in strong at 4.1 billion, and that was up about 10% year over year, just under 10% year over year. They ended the quarter with 1.1 billion in cash and cash equivalents, and that number's up 41% from the last year. So they're keeping their balance sheet nice and liquid while absorbing some a pretty tough operational stretch here. You know, it hasn't been an easy period to be an airline with all of the geopolitical stuff going on, affecting gas prices so much, and in turn, of course, jet fuel prices. So the reason why they lost money, or one of the other reasons that they lost money in Q2 that everybody was expecting, was the Hawaiian integration. So they combined fleets, systems, and labor contracts, and that's always going to be expensive, and those costs landed right as the airline was essentially spooling up for the summer, so not the best timing there. The bear thesis was that these integration costs were going to bleed into the peak travel season and ruin the entire back half of the year. So management, it appears, has kind of shut that down. So despite it did move down, you know, in that average range of about 6%, 5%, but put it in a nice bottom wick, currently sitting at still over $43, still down from the 46 handle where that 200-day moving average is, but not the worst look intraday. And I think that this is because of that guide and what management kind of said in regards to it. So the first and most important line of the entire release, that's definitely their Q3 guidance there, because they were officially modeling Q3 EPS to land between $0 and $1, or sorry, just my notes are muddled. Apologies. Essentially, they're now guiding back over profitability. I thought that they were, or previously were modeling basically barely profitable, if that, and it was, you know, a real question. So the fact that they are now guiding clearly back into profitability, that's what really counts. And I think that's what's going to save this thing in the longer term look, because if we look at a weekly, I don't think this is broken by any means. I think it's just part of a much larger flag. Oops, come on. There we go. A much larger flag pattern that eventually will probably resolve to the upside. You know, these patterns usually they're kind of coiling down, consolidating down. It is stair-stepping, but it's a very controlled move. You know, each of these cells might seem violent from level to level, and they are big moves, but in general, I think this is consolidating to try to make up some ground to the upside. This thing's been very range-bound for a long time. So if they can get their act together, I think that they have a date with this 66 handle and potentially much higher. Just going to take a little bit of a while to play out. As we can see, it's not a immediate story. It's a next quarter we should see an inflection point story. So in 3 months, probably going to be a lot more interested than I am currently. But what I like about this now is that it just shows that the consumer is still holding its ground, still nice and strong. So getting into our last one of the day, before we hop on into the kind of broader market coverage here, we have Capital One. Okay. Sorry for the lag there. Have to wait 5 seconds for my mouse cursor to pop into the right window. Excellent. Okay, there we go. So this was the biggest name of the three, and in my opinion at least, and they dropped a real hammer of a quarter here. So the stock, this was a stock that was down 23% on the year going into this print, and the market was heavily discounting their Discover acquisition. So they went ahead and they reported an adjusted net income of $5.81 per share. And that's going to actually blow the street's estimates right out of the water, because they had them at, I believe, $4.85 to $5, right in that range. So the total net revenue hit $15.9 billion, up 4% quarter over quarter. But the real shocker in my book is how they generated that bottom line. So their total net revenue, let's see. Oh, whoops. Yeah. They basically just, it was sheerly on the back of credit outperformance, and that's the real story here. So let's talk about this as we go into these bullet points. So when you fold in a giant new loan book from an acquisition like Discover, the accounting, it kind of forces you to reserve against it up front. So basically, we got to kind of expect them to kind of factor this in, and the market basically the market's kind of expected to punish them in the next quarter in a sense that, they kind of expect charge-offs to eat into their bottom line in this quarter. And so when we actually look at what we saw under the hood, instead, it looks like their provision from credit losses actually dropped $1.1 billion. And that's down to $3 billion. So even better, though, they released $662 million in loan reserves back onto that balance sheet. So while the market was definitely expecting some more turbulence, it ended up actually being a lot more solid than they were anticipating. So you don't release these loan reserves if you think your consumers are about to default, right? This is just another sign that I think the consumers are actually stronger than the market's kind of modeling at this juncture. So to put a bow on it, their CEO, Richard Fairbank, he explicitly stated that they're 14 months into the Discover integration, and it's going according to plan. And this is not what we were really expecting to see. We thought this would take longer to play out, and the fact that they're using such strong, decisive language definitely is a sign in their favor. The high time frame chart still looks really good to me, so I am looking at potentially buying this dip off the 200 level if they can hold the line into the end of the week. I do want to see where the weekly candle closes, but as you can see, they're testing some key levels both on the weekly and the daily here. I think this thing is just kind of being mechanically held back by this falling 200 day, and once the market kind of accepts that, hey, there's still going to be resting buyers under this 200 level, it can tighten up and eventually push through it. So we talked the individual names. Let's just double check back in on the actual themes that are kind of playing out here. All right. So IBKR and Capital One proved that, or at least helped build this thesis that high rates remain deeply profitable if managed correctly for them. So IBKR banked over $1 billion in the spread on client cash, while Capital One proved that it can earn that spread on card balances without suffering any catastrophic default rates. So Alaska was kind of like the mirror image, though. So they're paying higher costs into this environment while they're digesting a merger as well. But even then, they kind of prove that consumer travel demand remains inelastic enough that they can guide back into a profit in the next quarter. So even the one that was having a hard time, with this environment seems to be doing A-okay. And I think that is just a really good sign for the market overall. And even if these individual ones might be getting and there we go. How about that? Finishing up right as you guys waltz on in. How's everybody doing this morning?
Hey, you know how I'm feeling? I'm feeling.
There we go. I like the energy. The first one sounded like a power-up in a video game. Like you just got a Mario Golden Star or something. So.
That's it, baby.
Get the dopamine flowing.
Yeah. So we'll go over my trade here in a few. So definitely we got another barn burner today. So we had another almost another 1,000% mover. So we almost had 1,000% mover 3 days in a row. So I'll have some fun small cap stocks to go over. 1,000% mover Monday, 2,000% mover yesterday, and today back to almost 1,000%. So what my preview is: are we done? Is that the head and shoulders? Monday we went from 1 to 11. The play did. Yesterday we went from 1 to 20. Today we go from 1 to 11 again. Is that the head and shoulders pattern forming? And now, because today this play is really falling on off. It's not holding through the end of day like the last two plays did. So it could be maybe the end of these Chinese pump and dumps.
Oh man, I'm excited to hear more. We can start covering that whenever you like. On my side of the tape, it's looking like everything is coming up semiconductors, the Korean trade, the memory trade, the AI CapEx trade into these earnings. Seems like it's all firing at all cylinders. This is a front run. We're going to be getting more confirmation as the earnings start coming in, the big mega cap earnings starting at the end of the day. So Josh, really interesting to see the market having such an appetite for them into this print, not seeming scared at all. Is it just exit liquidity, or is this insiders getting a little bit of an edge? That's the main theme. Also IGV tech software, definitely the sacrifice today. The money had to come out of somewhere to go into that semiconductor trade. So really nice action around the horn altogether. And man, am I excited for the earnings tonight. That's what I got. We can get into that whenever, but it would be nice actually to hop on over to some small caps or maybe any trades that you might have taken, Alejandra, while I can give my computer a second to breathe and close down some of these unneeded programs.
Yeah, well, I got you, brother. And it's called ZCMD. You know I got you, baby. Took the halt strategy on the way up today. We were looking for a big gap and go, and we did. As soon as we went, it was instantly. You couldn't hardly get in until right at the halt. Got in right as she halted up. It was halted for like 30 minutes. We're starting to worry. Although the LULD and the halt scanner was showing a gap up of around $1, and guess what? We got it, and it went into another halt up. And for the first 2 or 3 minutes, as we were halted up for a third time in a row, it was showing an $8 resumption price. Oh, I thought we were going to get it. Unfortunately, we got actually a little bit of a gap down. Then it ran right back up into it. So you can see I'm scaling out thinking that might be the end of the run overall. Right? But no, we ramp and go for more, baby! And now I'm down kind of my final shares, unfortunately. So I do scale out one here. It was in halted for, you can see, almost over half an hour. I missed this resumption. I probably would have scaled out. I'm literally down to my 1 share. I have 1 share left down here. You can see my blue line is the entry price. I said I want 1,000% move. So my last share, I'm going for 1,000%. So I was like, I think it's got to get to like 1350-ish, somewhere in there, maybe close to 14 before we see it. So of course, now you look back, you wish you had more ammo and you could have scaled out anywhere above and in the double digits. And really 100% move that I was a part of. My exit never showed that, unfortunately, because I didn't scale out. But I'm still holding in the 1 share. It's entry or nothing at this point for me. And this just all goes back to, which I want to kind of bring this up just for a moment here, which this is absolutely has been barn burner soft. So ZYBT, let's go through these. This one was a little bit of the wonkier one a couple of days ago, but did have a crazy, crazy good move here. If you watch this play, go from literally the 60 cent area, 80 cent area in pre-market, and it had a lot of halts. So it was really hard to trade until it finally had to lift off later in the day. And if you watch this, and of course, end market didn't quite get to 1,000%, but it was 600%, gapped up with the halt because it was halted into the closing bell, got the gap up in massive move, of course, dropped back on off. And it's fallen off from then. Okay, that's one Chinese barn burner. How about Chinese barn burner number 2, you ask? Well, I got you covered with CPHI, so let's go over to CPHI. China is literally in the title of the name. They put out an offering this morning, so ooh la la. Ooza, you don't want to be a part of that. But check out this barn burner yesterday. Again, 80 cents in pre-market. This one made it move all the way up to 20 in market. Of course, got some love on CPHI yesterday. Not as much as I would have liked, but I did get some. Knowing that, okay, well, we had this back-to-back days. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are due for one today. And if you go over to my Discord, if you go over to Trade the Pools Discord, this morning on the Discords, I did put earlier, ZMCD is on high watch for today's CPHI ZYBT type of move. And I was ready to rock and roll over pre-market highs. Let's get it. Well, of course, over pre-market high would be a move over, say, like 315. Well, as soon as it went ramping up, it was halted up at 290. So I'm like, okay, looking for a dip back off that pre-market high or just gap and go. And it opened up and I mean, it was one of those, it was like live for 15 seconds, truly, maybe 20 at most. And most of it was when it was running into the LULD at the very top when I finally got into the play. And it's just the gap and go strategy of listening. Of course, those were so big back in the Sykes days and the whatever days. You know, that was such a big prominent thing. You'd see a lot more of that in small cap sector. The gap and goes. Well, we're gap and we went and she went boom, straw linkra. But I will say, overall, not only are we seeing that where 1 to 11, 1 to 20, now we're 1 to 11 again. This play is not holding up like those last two did, which they held up throughout the day. This play is starting to give back some gain. So again, I think we could see another one tomorrow and maybe even into Friday, but the move is going to be smaller in my opinion each day. So if you do want to trade these, don't be looking for the moon. I don't think we'll see another. I mean, we had 3 days in a row, almost 1,000% mover. I mean, no offense to the large caps and meta caps and futures, but I mean, 1,000% 3 days in a row, that's crazy moves.
We're not putting up those numbers. That is true, Josh. You got us there. You got us there.
It's nuts. It's nuts, baby. So, hey, just had some fun the last few days.
They're more volatile and riskier, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Do what?
They're just way more volatile and riskier, in my opinion.
Futures, in my opinion, are definitely more volatile and riskier at times. You're talking. Let's just be honest. So, this for sure. Okay, I got you there. But why? And I tell traders this: why would you trade that? And I tell traders not to trade that when you can come over and trade plays like INLF. So you come over and trade a play like INLF. This is much slower. This is much easier. It's got a 2-cent spread. It's a lot less volatile. You know, there are slower plays. I could bring up a ton more, right? That are at maybe 20%, 30%, 50%. You don't always have to go trade the 1,000% barn burners. And I tell everyone not to. They do in my lobby because they're trading right alongside me, and I know how to trade them. I'm very versed in this volatile market. So go trade your 20%, 15%, 30% movers. Like Crow. Crow is a great example. When I see Crow talking and alerting certain tickers and other traders in chat, but he's one I always go to. That's more that slow and steady Eddie, where maybe it could go volatile, or Tuna is another one. Taquito, when he's in chat's another one. They're not usually attacking when I'm attacking, right? They're going after the 5, the 20, the 15% slow and steady eddies, which you need to until you can learn to trade these. But I think definitely
they're a different monster for sure.
What's that?
I think they're a different monster for sure.
Yes. Hey, I love it. I love it. Yeah, and of course, I'm excited. I'm 0 to 1,000 miles an hour. I want to see. I would love to do this someday, and hopefully, someday in time, I can go do this. I would love to go. I live right next to an Air Force base. I don't know if they have one there. Or point being, I want to get one of those fast jets. When they take you up and they're trying to get you to see if you can take all the G forces, and most people end up they pass out. A lot of people end up passing out. I want to test myself. I want to see if I would pass out or if I can handle the G. Baby.
That is such a dude thing that I think we all do. We're like, I know most guys can't, but I bet I could. I also want to see that. I also believe I can. I actually believe you can. I just fake believe I can. But but I want to know. What do you think, Alejandro? Can you handle the G's?
She's not even.
That's a no. That's a no, Josh.
I didn't hear.
With the G forces in a plane, you think
hey guys, I got to step off the mic for half a second. If one of you guys want to pull up one of your charts, Alejandro, you got yours up, or Steve, either way.
Let's see, Alejandro, if you could for just 1 second, I'm getting my last of what I need here wrapped up, and then I'll have a full screen for y'all.
I do want to say that MNQ hit the target that I wanted early this morning.
Yeah, show us. I know it took a while, but it did end up meandering. Oh, you pulled it up?
Yeah, but I can't choose it. Can you choose it for me?
That is a great question. Let's find out.
Darn it.
I think I can. No, it was good until right when I clicked it. Did you mess with me? Hold on, do whatever you just did.
Okay, hold on. There. Perfect.
There we go. All right,
okay.
Cool.
So look, it just kind of pulled back. It held that little support area. And then it just pushed from there, and now it's hitting the resistance that I wanted earlier. And then on SPX, look.
Ding. Look at that. Beautiful.
So now Absolutely. I think it's retesting this to continue to go higher, but we'll see if it actually gives it to us or if it starts just reversing.
I love that. And now I'll switch to my screen real quick because I wanted to show you the same thing.
Good question there, Coach TB. How much did those deliveries cost? It doesn't matter. Tesla's going down to 335 later today. Watch it. Come watch our live stream earnings. That's right. Today we got Google, we got Alphabet, we've got Tesla, we've got others, but those are the two monsters. Of course, Goog and Google, and then Tesla. Oh baby, get ready for it. It's going to be fun. And yes, Tesla's going down 330, 340. Get ready for it.
It's going to be a party too. I think we got a good crew heading in for the earnings show, right? Josh, are you going to be joining us today?
I will be there singing loud and proud and doing some booty shaking when Tesla goes down.
I like that. So I was up late. I was polishing off. I was employing all 7 of my brain cells, guys, and I figured out some really cool things for our next presentation coming up here for these guys. So definitely stay tuned. I'm looking forward to that one. SPX, by the way, I just wanted to show you guys.
Switch it.
So I'm fighting my way to my screen. There it is. So I just updated my SPX gamma here, and basically we did the thing. We hit Alejandro's zone. It was the area of interest both in this Camaria pivot system, as you can see in that supply zone, in the top of this kind of chunky green area for our gamma exposure. And then now I think we're kind of working our way back downtown, Charlie Brown, to this high volume node here at 7509, call it 7510, as well as just a little bit underneath that 7510 500. So in that 10-point range, I think there's a high probability that if we get the pullback, you look for the nice long to form there, the nice higher low setup, the W that we always look for on any bottom or top that we look for. And then I think that will be a really nice high probability swing, with the caveat that we're heading into some big earnings after hours. There will be volatility, I believe, resolving to the upside though. But fingers crossed. Josh wants Tesla down. I say Tesla down, Google up. That's what I'd like to see.
I like it. I'm down with both of those and like it. How about Pops Mafia? And again, Nigel, how we doing? Coach TB in the house. Coach
Great
TB, just, I love the your book. It's definitely well, I don't want to say on the air where it's at, but let me tell you something. I get some reading time in once or twice a day. Nelson, Michael Anthony, how we doing in chat? Delante, go get Coach TB's book. He's got a book, guys. Coach TB in chat has a book. But yes, good question. Pops Mafia. Do what?
I didn't say anything.
What? Oh, you asking me?
I swore. I thought you said something there, Ollie.
No, that was Alejandro. Do we sound the same to you, Josh?
What?
Do we look the same to you, Josh? We're different people here.
You do sound similar because of the way Ollie.
Not that bad. I'm getting my voice back. Jeez.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Is Ollie's voice is not Ollie's voice. So it is definitely.
I never sounded like I smoked 2 packs a day either. I never sounded like Marge Simpson. Come on, don't do that to me. Don't do me like that. I'm over here just trying to talk some large caps over here.
I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm just going to stay here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's like, okay, well, all right. Good question. Get to the question. You sound fine. I know you're getting your voice back. Marvell, what do we got here? We got Marvell. Let's see here. We got what's GEV again?
GE is GE Vernova. That is my baby. So I know about all these intensively in depth. I actually just wrote. I put all 3 of these names in a spreadsheet that I'll be releasing this weekend as part of a write-up on where I think the AI trade is going. So, Josh, do you think these people would like access to that? I can give these people access to that. I think maybe we'll figure it out through some route. Maybe on our new TikTok channel.
Only if they sign up for the Discord. They have to be a Discord member. How about that? And that's how we can push it over to the Discord, and you put it on the Discord. How about that?
Absolutely. So the idea. I also just sent that gift to somebody this morning, the Cash Me Outside. How about that? So you're in my head as usual. I don't know what the deal is. But guys, okay, let's talk charts here. What would I rather hold? GE Vernova, Marvell, Semiconductors, or what was the third one there? Was it GLW, I believe? Corning Glass?
Yeah, Corning.
Yeah, Corning Incorporated. So you're asking about 2 photonics plays. GLW is photonics as well as Marvell, but they're capturing 2 very different sides of the photonics chain. GLW much closer to the root. They're much closer to the actual glass itself. The product that these photonics companies use to make, light speed things. A data go from one place to another. It's magic, guys. These companies do magic, but they use glass. That glass is basically provided by Corning, GLW. So these guys, they're going to be more slower, more steadier, more reliable, more of a blue chip in the space. You can put some allocation to this one, and in 5 years, I bet you anything it'll be higher. Not financial advice, don't sue me. But, it's a lot safer of a bet than one where it relies on execution and certain other things kind of aligning to get a massive boost in valuation. We're looking at names like Poet for that kind of more speculative one. Sorry, apologies for the lag here. We are going to fight our way to a weekly chart, and almost there. There it goes. Drop a like, drop a one in the chat if Trade the Pool should buy me a new computer. No, I'm kidding. So
smash the like button. If we get 50 likes on today's live stream, we're going to give away a computer to Steve. That's right. Here at Trade the Pool.
Not to you guys, just to me. There we go. It's okay. I'm back long Micron, so maybe it'll pay for my own memory there, So, guys, the difference between a GLW and a not gone up significantly.
His voice disappears.
Yeah, it does. That was weird.
Does it? That's so funny. You're playing me off stage.
Like, Alakazam, there. His voice goes bada boo bam.
Dude, Mike.
Oh no.
Really good.
That is good. I will say that. Well, going back to that too, I'll quickly recap. I know Steve ran through that, but Pops Mafia, I would go with Corning and Glass. It just seems to be the safe one that you could hold for a while. And glad to again have some on my Jeep. I have Corning. The windshield's made out of Corning glass.
Josh, you're so right, but there was something important I think I snuck in there that I just want 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Yes, if you're going for a long buy it hold, GLW over Marvell for sure. That being said, Marvell is not as wishy-washy as Poet. I put them in the middle of that kind of risk reward spectrum. I basket them as aggressive growth, but not purely speculative like Poet. Meanwhile, in another sector entirely, we have GEV. This is going to be powering these bad boys. This one I'm much higher confidence in. Been in since 500. Very strongly considering adding. I think this is an amazing, amazing company that you really cannot replace. So for me, my energy exposure to the AI space is half GEV, and I'm looking to pick up some VRT in equal size.
Okay, look at them. Throwing some names out there. VRT, man.
Yeah.
Got it. I like it. All right, we got to go now. World Free Speech says, what's your thoughts on MU, boys and girls? People are talking about profit taking, and if it breaks 920, we could see a nice pullback coming again. So what do you guys say? We'll start, since you have your chart up, go on and give it to me.
I bought some this morning. Am I crazy? I don't know. Maybe I bought some this morning, though. Easy to say because it's up at the high of the day and it opened at the low of the day. But that being said, I'm still excited to buy more of these names if we start getting the numbers we're looking for as these big earnings come into this week and the market today, as well as into next week here. Essentially, I want to see forward guides for CapEx expanding. I want to see the narrative confirming in full force that we are not done. We are just starting to accelerate. What I saw on Micron, we called this out the whole way. Me and you, Josh, I believe between the two of us, we caught just about every move on this bad boy. I played the break. This arrow got moved. I think it was on a weekly chart. It showed it clear. I played the break of 1,050. Burry got a better entry than me. I was more like 1,020. So I was either green or break even for about a week. Then we got the nice crack. I sold a little bit early. I sold 3/4 into 900 and the last just a little bit lower than that when it swept here at 890 something. So I was all out. I did not capitalize in either direction on this dip buy because I was out most of mine here. I actually even scalped long on this day to this day for 5%. Sorry, I know the mouse is jumping a little. The point being, it's messy, but what we saw was a head and shoulders that kind of failed a breakdown. Now I think we've reset the tables for a potential move up. If it loses, I mean, you got the level right. 900, you can see at the bottom of this volume shelf here. That is the level of interest. If we lose that, we can tumble again back to test it, check in with this low volume node at 810. And realistically, if we do lose the 900, I would kind of expect this 730-ish area. We could dip down there. I'd be a buyer for more, expecting us to go higher. We could dip even lower, and I'd still be looking to get some more exposure in this space. I don't think that the memory cycle, the AI bubble, is popping now. I just don't see it happening.
Poppin'. You want to give your thoughts there, Ale, on MU? Have you looked at it? Want to talk it over, or you're like, I don't really look at it? What are your thoughts?
Looks like Hamid is the master of it. So let's have Hamid hop on and analyze it.
The master of MU. If he bought it at 87.
Is he in at 630?
He's in at 87, Josh.
What?
Damn.
What are you still in it though? We had Tack bought it down. Tack was in it down low. Tack was the one. Remember Tack 2 in chat when we see Tackus, whatever. We all have different names for him. Taco. Anyway, when Tack's in chat, he was in. Yeah, he's like he congratulates us for our run, but he's like, yeah. By the way, I was in like the thing. Yeah, the double digits. I'm like, oh, good God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Whenever you hear that, by the way, after you get your props, you're always bracing for it. It's like, oh, he's going to mog me. He's going to entry mog me. Cost basis mog me. So there's a few types of traders for Micron. And one of those are the ones that probably are in the tech industry. They probably saw this coming, saw the writing on the wall, and they started buying when Micron was very cheap. I know some friends bought in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Those are all the fundamental traders. I couldn't buy it yet. The technicals didn't support it yet. I found the safe setup way higher in the 280s, 300s, 350s. Those were my entries. Then eventually 450s and 500s. I was still adding on dips into those levels. That was safer for me technically, which sounds crazy. But sometimes buying 300% higher is much more manageable because it's proven its velocity, its strength. It's proven that the fundamental narrative is coming into fruition, and then it's giving you safer kind of entries to get in. So I loved it at 300 much more than at 90, but congratulations for knowing something that the rest of the world didn't way back then.
Yeah,
For
I don't look at
real.
it wasn't
Yeah.
moving enough. Look, I like 1,000% movers. You got to move for me to get on my radar, and yeah, it just really was never on my radar until it started moving, which wasn't until to me it got over 500. Then it started moving enough for me to go, oh, this looks fun. Yeah, but if you're all about
Well,
fundamentals and you know about stuff early on, then yeah, that's where you get those
next time you know something that we don't know, you gotta let us know.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
here's
Yeah,
one more.
next time.
Here's one more.
Intel. It's like you and Intel. You and Caesar about Intel. You guys were in it for way low and forever ago, and then
25, yeah. 2450 is my entry, yeah.
How
Absolutely.
did you know about it as well?
Well, I mean, sometimes they make it easier than others. I had my ear to the ground for the chips trade for a while, and I was like, why the hell is Intel not doing anything? And then I was like, eventually they're going to have to do something. Like, right, we're going to have to bring CPU manufacturing domestically eventually. Intel, they're basically, a few people I knew kind of put it on my radar. I had this idea in my head that they could be an acquisition target by the US government. They could invest in them, essentially, which sounded insane at the time. I didn't really put that much weight into it until I got the news, till we heard the news. Intel popped maybe 10, 15%, but then actually faded back down to that level for months, just hanging out back at the level. I'm sitting here going, everything looks amazingly bullish for chips. These guys are a severe laggard, and we just got the kind of A-OK go ahead that they're going to be, involved in this economy if Trump has anything to say about it, which, by golly, he does. So, I mean, for me, it was kind of easy from a fundamental perspective. We're in a sector that has only good news coming. The sentiment for this particular name has been beaten into the absolute dirt. I don't know if you guys remember, there was like a year-long meme going. Some guy got an inheritance from his grandma, threw it all into Intel, and then it went down 80%, 70%. And everybody's going, I'm sorry, grandma. And, there's all these memes about his grandma looking down at him from heaven, just shaking her damn head. Well, grandma's printing up in heaven now. That's about a 5, 6, 7x from that initial, or at least 5x from that level. And yeah, the fundamentals aligned with the technicals, and that was kind of like the fastball right down the middle, and you get a couple of those a year, maybe. So sometimes it's that easy. But I just wanted to point out,
like maybe like 88 miles an hour, you don't want those 104s. You're just gonna whiff. Give me like 88, 90. I can't even imagine that, honestly. I'm talking about the pros. Yeah. I wouldn't even want to see more than 50 miles an hour at this point in my life. I'm like, I can't imagine the ball coming at you 100, 90, 100 miles an hour. And that's
Josh,
anyway,
funny story. Sorry, what's that?
Ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that I played on a really good baseball team in high school. Like it was a Bronco League, under 16, I guess. We had a pitcher who ended up going and starting at a collegiate level. His dad was the coach. Homeboy was smoking 88, 89, 90 mile per hour fastballs every day in practice at us. And it sucked. Josh, it is so not fun. Even as like a full grown man. Well, I don't know, full grown, whatever you consider this. Even now, I would not want to be in front of that.
Consider this.
Yeah.
Well, no. I'm just saying. So, not just you. Those things are scary when they're coming at you, especially if you have some beef the day before and he throws you some chin music, wakes you up a little bit. Woo,
oh yeah,
that'll get you. So
that's funny. That's when I stopped playing. Was right around that age because it was when pitchers still weren't too accurate, and so you're getting hit a lot. So you're getting hit with like 60, 70 mile an hour balls. I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done getting pegged. I'm going to play basketball.
Right. Well, you're right. The power comes before the control. So that was the good and bad thing. You knew if it was coming close to you, it's because he wanted to scare you. It's that old school.
I just realized that I was watching INTC for a while, and I can't believe I missed it. It had that run that I wanted today. It's crazy.
Yeah, big move in chips all across the board. Intel, it's getting wild, getting into the end of the week because they're reporting on Thursday. By the way, yes, SPX is just fading right on back down to where we were expecting, and this is where it feels so good to know the kind of rules before they come. Like, we already knew the rules were probably not much that's going to pull it higher. If so, we'll see it on our chart. It'll be a magnet. It won't happen immediately. Instead, we see the transactions happen, showing that tops are, kind of distributions happening intraday. And we see the big target below. We also see the framework of being in a positive gamma buy the dip environment overall. And so it's all right in front of us. And it's very easy to have confidence when it does become time to buy that dip. You just wait for your setup and bada bing, bada boom. I love it. I love it.
We got
Also, just to answer your question about
Yeah.
MU, it looks really good. It looks strong. It looks bullish.
Love it. Let me look intraday real quick, and then we can get into NVIDIA as well. Nice. Okay, so it just keeps on like pretending like it's going to break out. I think it's just working its way up, and it's just very, very strong overall, magneting up probably to the 1,000 level. That's where I'll trim some of my new buys. Talk asking if I bought NVIDIA. I didn't add. I haven't added, but I have a good amount. It's one of my biggest positions still. My cost basis is like 209. So I'm finally green on it this week after a couple weeks of chop.
Yeah, AMD had a really good move too as well. They had some news this morning, so they had a decent move as well. But yeah, NVDA had a big, nice move. Yeah, and SMCI
all across the board.
Yeah, SMCI did preliminary reports yesterday. That came out. That's what made it pop up in after hours. Is it today they actually report? I don't know when they report the day. I didn't think it was today.
SMCI reported last night, and they absolutely smashed estimates. So that pumped my Dell phenomenally, and it should have great things to say about Dell going forward. Dell is an absolutely stellar chart on any time frame, guys. If you're looking for like an area, if you're like, I don't know what to buy for AI, Dell. That's a pretty hot chart.
I like how you changed your word from smashing to the SpaceX launch yesterday to now stellar. Stellar. I see what you're doing, Steve. I see what we're doing.
One of those word a day calendars, Josh. I'm trying to be a smart guy. I'm trying to. So we'll see how that goes.
It's good. I like it. It does look stellar, and we're told to look at gold, silver, and gold.
I like it. We were talking about it today. It held the line. Look at that for a Josh Smith wiki bounce play. It's a wiki wild catch of this little zone of interest, right? That's where we bounced twice after going parabolic, only to go parabolic some more.
Hey.
So we come back down to where we first went parabolic, bounced to the upside, and then went parabolic to the downside some more, or at least slow and steady slide. So yeah, I like gold now for small allocation. Here's the thing. It's a weird time to be in the market because one of these ideas that I like is going to be wrong. I like gold long. I like chips long. I like mega caps long. I like software long. I like oil long. They all can't be right. They all can't be right.
What could they be? Could be everything's about to go on a rip here and we just start going for more. Have another 2-3 month, stretch of just ripping.
What would make bears the most mad if just everything rallied? I think it's possible that we see an environment where everything could rally in certain conditions because we're seeing bifurcations of narratives that are pulling different sectors up with them. They don't all have to be right for all of the sectors to get enough liquidity or all of the narratives to get enough liquidity to kind of pump things together. Like, for example, the rate cut trade, that basket started to break out and then kind of seems like they all failed. Let's take a look at like the affirms, for example. But the rate hike basket, I guess they didn't really fail. They're coming back though. But the rate, I don't know. What I'm kind of saying is that they can both go up separately of each other. And for example, during I believe March, when the Iran, Strait of Hormuz, it was every single day we were seeing more headlines out of that. Oil kept climbing. So did tech, And then you would get, maybe not every single minute they're both climbing, but you'd get a ceasefire and then tech would rip 2%. And then you'd get, actually, we're canceling that ceasefire. Tech would drop 1%. Oil would rip 2%. And then, we're flipping back the other way. And they would each drop less than the amount that the other would go up. And overall, everything was moving up. I don't think it's the craziest thing when I look at some of these charts to think that, hey, maybe the only thing that needs to go down is my gosh darn software as a service, my damn Microsoft, guys. I cannot. I have a lot of this, and I'm not scared. It's Microsoft, but I am like, come on, let me do other things with this capital. I'm not even underwater, but it's just not time to sell yet. It's just one of those, I'm green on the trade and annoyed about it because I've been barely green or barely red for like months now. So that's kind of how I feel going here.
Yeah, it's not one of my favorites, that's for sure, unfortunately. So yeah, it's definitely been more of a headache for you guys that are investing in it long term for sure.
Yeah, just no motion. God forbid a Microsoft get a little bit of motion, and this market, it's rough. And each time these charts look good. I also have Palantir in software as a service. I think I might just be wrong and dumb. I don't know. Am I just wrong and dumb, guys? Let me know. One in the chat for wrong and dumb, because I can't tell if this thing is basing for a really nice move to the upside or if I'm just gonna get chopped and washed here. If I'm just a chopped and washed unk.
I guess at least you can always say, I don't sound like I smoke 2 packs a day.
I don't sound like Marge.
I'm not saying you do all day, but he said that. He said that. I'm just saying, I
didn't even say you did.
Well, you said it. Hey, listen, first off, you said that first. You said something about smoking 2 packs a day. Throw me back.
I'm not coming on.
I think I heavily implied. I don't know if I said it.
That's what you get.
By the way, I just haven't realized that. Do you see how much SpaceX is down today?
Is it? Let's take a look.
Yeah, she's going to 100. I figured she would. She's tanking.
Well, we can start to look at long positions on SpaceX eventually. Maybe.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Here's the thing. It could pop.
I think it's just gonna go to shit.
Yeah, this was crime. This is the kind of thing that makes people think like, hey, maybe we do need some more regulatory backbone in this country. Maybe I don't want free markets 100% as free as I thought. Because this is what happens. This is crime. This is Elon Musk unloading onto your pensions, your 401ks. Still like 95% of the stock is locked up. This is the start. This is not the end of the selling. This is the start of the selling. On the 8th, a bunch more gets unlocked. This is private investors, angel investors, people in very early, cashing out massively at the average taxpayer's expense. I don't like none of this. Please don't buy this. Please don't sandbag yourself with this. Yeah. Eventually, it'll be time to buy other space companies, but yeah, means still shorten. Absolutely. I was hoping we'd get a pop like this line that I added a few days ago for a run up back into the prior range lows into the next unlock date, which is August 8th. I was hoping for that, but I don't know if we're gonna get it here.
Yeah, we've been saying it for a while. I mean, we call these out and talk about it for fruition of time to it actually happen, play out. So it's like, hey, listen, guys, if you just listen, we're giving you the goods over here. We're giving you the goods.
Not only just that, Josh. I remember we did a whole day of coverage before. I remember I did a whole report saying how to play it, what to do. We said trade the space names long into the print. And we don't know if it's going to be a week early or right into the actual print or maybe a week late. Maybe they all run for a week with SpaceX. But what we do know is right in that basket of like a week or two around it, that is going to be the time to get out of space, because the space is all going to run up into it because it's a proxy for the sector. Every single space name was just another way to play SpaceX. We saw that appetite, and we also know just mechanically what happens on IPOs, let alone the biggest one ever. So it was the easiest trade in the world to say, hey, we're going to expect it to pop for a few days, and then eventually it's going to wash the heck out, and it's going to be much cheaper. And you can go back and look at the analysis we gave in the trade plan. I think it worked out to just about to a T. And I was sitting here going, hey, it's crazy doing all the coverage and stuff. I didn't have any share. I didn't get allocated any shares on the actual IPO. So it was fine for me to kind of watch and wait this one out. I was hoping I'd get a nice 50% retest to short, or I'd get a nice bounce into the 9-day moving average. Let me show that. I got neither of those. So I'm kind of locked out of my own trade, which sucks. But I definitely want to just say, hey, this is doing what it should, in a sense that it happened to be even weaker than I anticipated. See, my path here had 2 little bumps up into that 9-day to get in. Somewhere in there just wouldn't let me in. But I think this thing's dead as heck.
Dead as heck. That's a new. That's a new. Another one of those little Arkansas terms. I'm like, I swear you're from the South. You're from the South.
I'm a good boy. I'm a good Southern church going man. I don't want to keep saying hail. I don't want to go there. I
love it. Coach TB agreeing with you. Highway robbery on SpaceX. They are laughing and saying, "Thank you very much. Can I have another?" And they will definitely see. We'll see it happen again. And it's just this is the biggest IPO ever as far as market cap, whatever. Anyway, however you want to word it, as far as the biggest one ever, it is, or at least as far, like I said, it came down. We see this time and time in with these when these IPOs come out, they spike up a little bit and then they crack back down and they sell off. And this just shows me the next time one of these come out, I am going to wait for an area that I feel is the short area. To me, it was under 150. Back under that 150 open print, and you can see pretty much since we cracked 150, she's been a tank. So that would have been it for me, and I'd just be sitting here holding it, waiting for sub 100.
Josh, this is where you really excel in your trading style, and I need to get better at it because it's so hard for me. I think Alejandro's good at this too. It's so hard for me to trust the crack to hold. You know, when you're under that 150, it's like in my heart, I just am a believer in fake breakdowns. You know, that's just the thing that I believe in more than anything, that they'll mess with longs and then they'll make things go higher. I know that in this situation, very much not the case. And I need to recalibrate my brain because there's a lot of things like this, especially in the small cap space where it's just time to tank it. And sometimes in the future space too, you know, when Qs get trending, they get trending, especially if there's a catalyst and it's low volume, they can just keep on slicing. And in that negative gamma environment that I talk about frequently, well, that's when the slices can keep on slicing and I should just wait for these breaks. And I know the back tests are nice, but you can get a little bit involved because when they work, they will just work hard. You know, so it's good to be able to acknowledge that or to recognize that. And I think you're really good at that. So shout out to you guys, you short kings and queens out there. And
when we first met, that's all I did. I really wasn't going long. So when Ale first knew Josh, or AK, of course, which is so funny, she always called me like I said, if you knew me 2024 before, everyone calls me AK. If it's after 24, 25, somewhere, I think it's 25. When I kind of started streaming live on my own, everyone now calls me Josh, or at least those people do. And before 2025, like her, it's AK. But I was sitting in a stretch where I was just shorting everything, and so it really built up a time where the market gave that every day. It gave me this opportunity to be able to trade that strategy and build it in, because I saw it every day, for the most part every day. And some days I would see multiple of that setup, and you could trade 2 or 3 of those setups in the same day, of course, from different tickers. But it's just one of those things where you get to going back and forth throughout the years. I think your time's coming, Steve. Eventually you'll see the short side like we do, and then of course we got to get Ale going long though. You know, I'm like the difference between the two of you. You know, like I'm right in the middle today. Like really the short and the long person.
You'd be so proud of her this morning. Yeah, she crushed along. You wanna show that? You wanna show off? Then we can talk Palantir for a second.
Well, I mean, I just saw the market holding a major area of demand, and
let me pull your screen up.
Oh yeah. I forgot about we have to be producer Steve, producer Josh should be coming over. There you go. Now we're showing you screen. There you go.
Okay, so let's see. So we had a gap fill down here, and it filled it. Or let me see if it filled it on SPX actually. Yeah, no, it didn't fill it, right? So because it didn't fill it, it came up and it pretty much closed above this area of resistance. So I knew that if we broke above these highs, that we would eventually go test the order block that I had at 75.15. So I was using SPX as like my indicator to go long. And then I just pretty much, I think it was like right on market open, I said, you know what? It's holding this. If it holds it, I'm just going to risk below these lows down here. I bought 2, and then I added 1 on the pullback, and I rode it all the way to, I think it was like up here. I got stopped out on the pullback. But I called out the 29,300 target, and it pretty much hit it to the T.
Boom. Very nice.
Very nice. There you go. I got the long.
And I believe one useful thing today that we were watching was we were talking about moving back and forth between Qs and ES, and we were using levels, some areas of interest for SPX or ES, like the prior day's swing high. And if for that morning pop, that opening session that we were watching, that was what it reached for before it started consolidating. And that's when you marked out the pullback level. So it was really nice because you caught the opening trade. Then we acknowledged on stream, okay, so it did the thing. It hit the target. We're still bullish, but we think it probably needs to cool off, especially with the volume kind of fading out after that kind of first hour and a half, 2 hours of cash session, or hour and a half, hour-ish. And then Dave, who we were on stream with in the morning on the futures side, great guy. You should be checking this out Wednesday mornings if you trade futures, if you like us. Anyways, he took the short. He's usually the long guy. He took the short right when Alejandro got out, basically. Then we marked out where it should go. Dave took that off, and then it just chopped for a little bit before kind of, cool. Oscillate. It was really, really nice seeing the back and forth handoff there. And I came back to your level and pushed really nicely from there. And now we're fading back into my levels. So it's really nice to have people on both sides of the tape, like I don't see the same things that you guys do, and vice versa. You know, we're all seeing things from different perspectives with our own experience built in. So just thought it was a really nice example today. If anybody looks for more examples on futures trading, check that one out. It's a good session there on YouTube.
Check them out. All right, so let's go to Lab T real quickly. I'll throw my charts up here. We'll take a look at Lab T. We have Snowman asking about it. It's done. She's talking about Hamid says Ollie's cooking. This got cooked. Great move in pre-market. Beautiful tight flag. I was saying this is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Cracked the trend line. Had one more retest. Traders got stopped out like a mofo. Then the big reversal came in. I wouldn't touch this trade at all. I mean, it might see maybe a move later in the day, and you might see this U-shape possibly pop back on around. Key level for me is going to be right here around the 365 mark into 380, and then again somewhere right around the 415 to 420 mark. Those will be your two key areas that we can't stop at, that we need to keep moving. Oh, dogs are barking left and right. I have no idea what's going on out there. Now look at this. Hold on one sec. Hold on. Get in here. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, they're. Anyway, so Lab T is done. It's been cooked. I have no idea what's going on out there. Hey, Avery talking. She's on the phone, I think. The dogs are going crazy. Now we're all good now. I think she went and got the dog. She's talking to someone on the phone. But yes, it's done. I wouldn't trade it. One play, and again, the more tradable moving plays today, and I know it, and it is still moving, but ZCMD finally stopped me out there, hit my stop on the way down just to pop right back on up, but I was on very small shares, still got some good profit. I wish I would have gotten some in the 10 plus, still good. AdVB is your other one though. AdVB is your other mover today. So we have AdVB on the way up today, nice good mover. So if you're looking for some movement long and short, this is what's moving, at least in the small cap sector still at this moment. So this is what I'd be looking at, Snowman, and looking for a dip buy back off this 15 area, maybe into the 1450 area. Once this play comes back down, settle on. Whoa, what's the high of day, Steve? 1870.
587, 578, 575.
875.
Yes. Sorry, it sounded like a number station from Lost or something. Just reading stuff off. You knew what I meant.
Oh, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. There you go. Michael Anthony says, what are those letters? I can't see them. What letters? This would be ADVB. So this is ADVB. And this is ZCMD. This is the top gainers. You should have scanners, hopefully, if you're trading small caps. And you can't miss them because they're only up 200%, 250%. And the other one's up about 120%. So they should be hitting your scanners for sure. And using our scanners here at Trade the Pool, which we have built in within our platform. We've got some. That's not that there's a lot. We're working though on some behind the scenes things.
The market is dropping nicely. I'm riding the shorts.
You're already in the shorts. Oh, I see. Let me get some levels for you.
I just bought a option contract. I'm done with futures.
She says it's going down.
Futures dead to me. I'm getting a little traction. We just got VWAP a little ways down. I still be looking. I'm looking for a dip buy still.
Okay, I'll let you know when I cover.
All right, please do. Please do. I'll let you know when I would.
Okay.
All right, I'm going long actually right now. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just keep it spicy. Keep it spicy. You gotta do it. What? I'm curious. What are areas of like the market that you believe in from a thesis perspective, like longer term, but maybe you don't know as much about? Like for me, for example, I thought it was really worth it to really dive into the details of the AI trade, like the different kind of components of what that really means. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, AI, NVDA. It's like, yeah, AI, NVIDIA, absolutely. We just hit VWAP on SPX here. Nice push down. Let's see how it holds at this point. Still noting chips, very stable compared to the rest of the market. Loving that. They're barely fading at all. Let's see. Getting into some comments here. Yeah, 5% move expected on Google. Definitely going to be very spicy. Very much looking forward to that earnings. By the way, Josh, what are we doing in terms of time here? Should I come on early? What's the plan here for when we start?
I think we need to make up for yesterday's fumble, and let's do that.
Awesome. So maybe hop off in 5 minutes, half an hour break, and then I'll hop back in.
Yeah, if you want to do that, yeah, you can come in and come
Yeah.
in. Yeah, come in at that'd be 2:30 Eastern time for sure. Yeah, and I'll probably join somewhere right around 3:30, probably about 30 minutes before the closing bell. So, and Ollie, you join when you want to. Come on in. You know, I don't know if I
I'll
think
be
Jesse's
on
sick.
at 12 or like maybe 11 something, and then I
Making
have
us
to
do
leave.
math.
Whatever
Come
time
on.
that is.
Come on.
Whatever time
Market
that
time.
is.
No, okay, fine. What time are you guys gonna go on, Steve? 12 or
I will be
12:30?
going on at 2:30 Eastern time.
Yeah, come on, Ollie, get with the game here. You're confusing everybody. She can't. She's like, she can't. She's like, I only know West Coast time. That's the only time zone I know.
I'm managing a trade right now.
Hey, it's
For
working
the
in your
viewers
favor.
out there, that will be 11:30 West Coast time
11:30. That's
in
like
half
30
an hour.
minutes. Okay.
Well, 30 Mountain
Can't
Time,
make it easy
and
for
that
you.
would be
I'll
1:30
make some
Central.
food and I'll join you, and then I do have to leave at 1. But I do want to watch IBM and Tesla.
Yeah, IBM, it's going to be less exciting than the others, I think, just because they pre-reported. But
I
I'm
just
also
want to
with you
know
there.
like how low it can go or how it's gonna
I
move.
think this is as low as it can go. I hope. I
I hope
hope.
so.
What's that?
IBM.
Oh, IBM. Okay, I haven't really. I need to look at that. I need to thank you for bringing that up. What was the other big one today? I'll go back and look at those. Yeah, IBM. That was the other
IBM
bigger one.
decently big. TXN, another very big one. This one, yeah, Texas
Texas
Instruments. They're one of the biggest manufacturers of microchip or microcontroller units, which are essentially, we'll talk about them more later. I won't get too in the weeds. They are an important, one of the important bottlenecks of the AI trade. You'll probably be hearing more about MCUs in the next year or so. But the trades to watch, TXN, MCHP, STM. Very interesting chart there as well, STM on the semiconductor side of things. So just some more names that I will be talking about more in my weekend piece that you guys will get access to if you join our Discord. Join our Discord, you'll get a full breakdown of my paid newsletter content on a breakdown of the AI basket and how I'm looking to position at this point.
Discord, join that Discord, join the Discord. Yeah, you better join it. Smash that like button again. 50 likes on today's live stream. We're going to do a 25K eval giveaway this afternoon. And don't forget, if you buy a 50K or 100K flex account, I think it ends today or maybe tomorrow, but sign up today. If you want an extra one, do it. Why? If you get a 50K flex account, it goes to 60K. We're going to bump your buying power up $10,000 more dollars. If you get a 100K flex account, we're going to bump it up 20K. So you have 120K buying power. Do it. Also, trade earnings with this as well now. We've unlocked that. So not only do you get 60K instead of 50K or 120K instead of 100 to go trade Tesla, to go trade IBM, to go trade the short on Tesla that I'll be a part of. And it looks like IBM, no offense, oh my gosh, this looks like it wants to tank for more. So I'm going to be the bearer of bad news there. Come back, join us in about 30 minutes. Steve will be live in about 30 minutes. Ollie's going to join right after that. Then I'll join in as well. And we'll do some Captain Planet stuff and put our powers together and form some badass squad for you. And we'll cover earnings all the way through an hour after the closing bell and probably a little bit after that possibly. Real quickly, Michael says, look at AVEX and he said this earlier too. Michael Anthony likes AVEX over SpaceX, but I guess AVEX is drones in space that makes profits or make profits in all types of deals. All right, so AVEX.
It's cool from a fundamental perspective, and it's going on my list of things that I totally want to buy, Michael. But thing is that the whole sector can just get washed out until it kind of, is not radioactive for investors. Doesn't have that SpaceX stink on it. But if we're looking 5 years in the future, yeah, sure, because I think there's just opportunity cost at play when you're looking so far out for the potential turnaround point.
Yeah, and I think that big key pivot when we opened up at 23, we came down, 23, 22 area, we came down, bounced on it, U-shaped back on up to that 41.50, 42 area. And when that fail happened, and that becomes that neckline, essentially like SpaceX is 150, this one's 22, 23. We've been dumpy since then. So that would be a key juncture for me. Back over that area, then I would be interested again because last 2 times we did it, we went to 40. So that's what I'd be looking at for SpaceX on that, or not SpaceX, but AVEX. Michael D. Retta says he was the basis for Van Halen. Who were we just talking about? Any last questions? Someone in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a break. 30 minutes for Steve, Ollie as well, and she'll be back after some food, and I will be as well. I hear some food being heated, and I don't smell it. I'll smell it quite yet, but I know she's in there doing something. She's got some mini tacos coming on, baby. So I'm gonna take advantage of those. And you guys take your break. I'll see you three back here in just a bit.
Sounds great.
Okay,
See you soon,
sounds
guys.
good. Bye.
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 Oh, where's the scanners at? Oh, where they at? 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 Oh boy, we have too many slides over here. There we go. There we go. There we go.
What is up, traders? It is time. It is time to get ready because we have a couple things up to up at bat here. We got me dying. After I get water, I'll be good. Alejandro, take it from here.
Oh God, like I'm any better with my voice.
We're at a sad state of affairs. Sorry, that was very poor timing.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So I ended up taking this little short pullback on MNQ. Well, actually, I took option contracts, which is a put contract on QQQ, and I wrote it to just pretty much like below these lows here at 230.
Okay.
And what I see it happening is like this little head and shoulders pattern. So I think we might come down to this level down here unless it holds these lows here. But if it doesn't, then we might just get a excuse me.
Oh no, not you too.
We might just get a bounce here, reclaim that, and then just keep going higher. But I mean, we do have like an hour and 15 minutes until the market closes, and then we do have earnings, and I would be really interested to know how earnings is going to play part into MNQ and just the market in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I think we're in wait and see mode here. So for me, we kind of came up, we formed the range, pushing higher on the daily candle. A lot of the risk on assets like our SMHs, like our Bitcoins, other areas of the market where you'd like to see strong, they're acting correctly. So I would like to see this continue through to the earnings. What we are seeing is right in the middle of the range. This seems kind of right? Pinning it in the middle of the range into the earnings. The market isn't 100% sure yet either. They're kind of waiting for confirmation to get more long, I would say. So I'm not seeing like a huge reason to get into a trade right now or anything. There is a potential bottom kind of forming intraday here. You can see that bottom wick is that a 15-minute candle. It's trying to fight for this equilibrium. And I'm not opposed to a small like scalp long, maybe for 10 points or so. Like I would be more biased long than short, just in the very quick short term. But I think probably we don't see a new high of the day at this point. That's kind of what I would assume. And we'd be waiting to look for that after on the earnings result. We do have some little wake up action here on SPY and Qs though. So we'll see if this move sticks.
Yeah.
Not a bad candle.
Do you have your
Sorry.
Do you have your take on earnings, or do you want to wait until 12 or until hour?
Let's wait for the hour flip to start talking about earnings. We can start talking the charts and what they're doing intraday here, but I think that we have some time to talk about some of the small cap movers, some of the potential setups we're looking for into the after hours move, because I think for futures we'll see those setups as well as on the actual stocks themselves, these earnings plays that we're going to be watching. Until then, we still have some time. I know Josh is going to be coming in too for the actual print, but I wanted to see what you guys were trading in the chat here. I'm looking at the Finviz scanners as well.
Yeah.
And we got some big movers here. So,
is the chat on? You guys on here?
Is this thing on? They might not know that we're even live. I think that it's on. We'll be checking in with them as the time goes on here. Probably more people come in for the power hour. I'm looking at some of the big movers of the day. So Alejandro, we have ZCMD. This one was up an insane amount. Over 400%, now coming back down. So I'm watching this one for a potential Josh Smith bounce play here off of this prior kind of, ZCMD. And I think my chart's pretty solid here too, Ayush, if we want to use my screen for now. Either way.
Yeah, let's pull up it. There you go.
Awesome. Cool. So this is basically our top runner of the day. It was up over 400% from the morning open, and it ran there in about half an hour. 450% move. Absolutely wild stuff. Came all the way back to VWAP, and I would bet you a 50% pullback as well. Yeah, right there. Straight shot down to the 50% pullback. And now we're kind of seeing price trying to hold after sweeping this prior low. So an interesting kind of area, and I'm wondering if this is basically, I think it was filling this gap. Okay, it overshot that a little. Then it overshot again. Maybe we still need to reach down here if we fail this kind of ribbon that we're trading up into here. So call it 426, 425-ish. If we fail a little pop over there, then I think this one does have room down to this 340 potentially down to 3 level. But if we can reclaim that 425, 430-ish area, and really more importantly, the VWAP, I think this one does have potential to keep on trucking. Any thoughts on this wild looking chart, or is this the reason you don't trade small caps because they look like this?
Yeah, I don't even know like what to look at. Like, are we going lower, or is it gonna hold this? Is it gonna keep going higher?
That
I don't
is
know.
the $1 million question. So what I'm seeing here is this prior kind of swing high that got faded. We just got a big pop through it. Now we are probably coming back, and I would say if we back test it, that's when we'll really know. So that's that $3 level. So on the higher time frame, to me, as long as we're over that, I still want to look bullish. And yeah, I'm glad that those levels align. So essentially, under this purple area, this thing kind of invalidating the long thesis. But as of now, not looking like it's definitely done. Definitely could have some room here. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this one. Also, just because it's the biggest mover. If we do get a failure at VWAP or at that 425, that is a potential short, I would say. A little bit outside of my wheelhouse, but I wanted to keep an eye on it. We also have some other fun ones, though. So PN Smart Energy Limited. This one's been ripping here, and the volumes just started coming in since I was on stream, like maybe an hour ago here. So I wanted to mention this one. In the past couple minutes, it has surged over this 686 handle that it was consolidating into here. Very tight. Does look like it has squeeze potential going on here. I mean, definitely squeezing already. Up to this $8 key daily trigger. So we'll see if it's strong enough to break through these passive sellers. You can see that's also lining with this prior wick here. So big level. If it finds the strength to push through, guys, I think this is along to 965, 950-ish, this 200-day, with the potential up to 11 to 12. Keeping an eye on this one here, PN. This one's a bit more constructive, I'd say. A bit less crazy, but still way up there, right?
Yeah, like, so how would you trade this? Do you just trade the momentum and the hype, or do you actually have like confluences to have an entry, or like, do you enter on a pullback, or
So these usually come to your radar because they have a massive influx of volume or they're the biggest mover on the day. So at this point, unless if I caught this 5 minutes earlier on my scanner, then I probably would have seen this tightening here and said, okay, we're going to be looking for this move to hold into these short-term time frame or short-term moving averages and playing momentum like you're talking about, because it can move 20% in 2 minutes. And there it did, move 20% in 3 minutes. And now we're finding that seller off the prior wick. So for me, I'm not looking to short this. It's too strong, but I can't long it right after it's tested a resistance. So I would have to see it maybe rebase out. So come back down and form that kind of higher low. And then you'd be getting in on that with your risk defined under there, because otherwise, this thing can drop like a rock. Because I mean, when it rips up this fast, there really isn't much holding it up here except for that momentum buy that we're talking about. So definitely can see the continuation there if that does play out. But right now, just kind of a little pop above into key levels. It grabbed that liquidity. Now we're coming back and testing the last spot of interest, this high volume area here. And we'll see if this is a back test or a potential failure. With the VWAP coming up, it forms a pretty interesting spot there at the 685-ish area to $7. We can see if that catch holds. But again, I would need to see push down, then come up, and then a higher low, maybe right off that $7 proper level for it to catch and continue to manage your risk nice and tightly under that VWAP. What else is cooking here? Derek, you're here. Glad to see it. Mike's looking at QLMS and PIN. There's some more for us to check out. Oh man, whenever Mike gives me a ticker, I'm always afraid it's going to be this thin. I don't. You see all these gaps?
How do you even trade that?
Pantheon International.
Crazy.
Is this? I don't know what's this thing's doing.
Gold looks like it's holding up nicely. Sorry, I just saw the pullback, and I think we may see continuation to the upside in Asia.
I want to check that out. Mike, I'm trying to pull these stickers up. Are you gaslighting me? Is this not even real? Okay, this is, what is this?
Wait, how are you watching those, first of all?
I don't know what to do with this. We're coming back to this, Mike. Let's talk gold real quick. Something I can do something with here. This is interesting. Okay, so is this a 50% pullback?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, it is. Just reclaimed the 50%, reclaimed our moving averages. I like this for a little long action here. Let's see what's cooking. Yeah, it's broken the downtrend line. We've got the magnet up higher. I like it. I got to say I like it. Gold looking very constructive for a swing. And this is the first time I feel like I've been able to say this in quite a while, Alejandra. It's
Wow,
exciting.
really?
I mean, when was the last time we were talking about this? Maybe the same level it was a few days ago, but
Yeah, I've been talking about it for a while. I said if it breaks out of that demand zone of above 4060, I said that was the entry.
pull up the
And
GC levels here, 4060. Let's see it. Yeah, yep, absolutely. Nice call there. So where do we enter if we haven't gotten in with that perfect entry like you?
well, if it does hold this level at 4143, then what I would like to see is another higher low, like maybe on a 3 minute, or if it breaks above the, I think it's a 5 minute. Let me see. Let me just double check. It's a 15-minute bullish fair value gap. Do you see
Okay.
it? Between,
Yes, I think so.
yeah. So right now it's tapping on the to the like at the bottom of it. So because it's still on the mid zone of that gap, what I would like to see is a close above it and then a retest on top of it. So like around 41, 48 is where I would probably buy, because if not, then I can probably come down back to like 4120, and then if it holds 4120, then we can look for an opportunity for a buy there.
Yeah, that's the longer term. That'd be kind of like a retest in this morning kind of range for sure. Like in the 4135 as well. This is that VWAP for me, and also kind of the top of that morning flag that it broke out of. So I like the back test. I think is very constructive. And looking at perhaps a daily.
And then
Yeah,
the
that
Qs,
also.
I
What's up?
I cover the Qs. I covered at a perfect area because it's going to test that 15-minute bearish fair value gap as well.
Nice. And you were short, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. And it's funny, right as we were getting on stream, I actually covered my long on this one candle, and I was like, all right, I got to go. And then luckily, it's done nothing since then. Does look like it's breaking higher, but that was a 0 day. Took it for 20% there. So, all right. And yeah, I like the curl up on Qs. I think that it is acting right. Let's check in with semiconductors as well. That's the trade I'm in. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Love how they're acting so steady up here, just hanging out. Nice little 5-minute flag, probably 15-minute flag. Yeah, all these look like really constructive flags. Nice hourly, half-hour flag. And I've been kind of watching these oscillators as I did this and just starting to see the potential, like not even slow down. What I'd love to see, Alejandro, on this oscillator is for it to essentially, this green line to come like this and then go like that against this slower one. So I know it's kind of hard to see. Essentially what I want to see is the slower one act as a resistance, or I'm sorry, a support. So it can kind of roll, bounce into it, and then find a new buyer. And that'll usually happen after a couple hours of this flag. So after hours, this thing should be ready to make its next move up. I do hope. Because
Yeah, it kind of looks like a PN. It's like flagging a little bit and holding.
No, totally. And I really like SMH here because it's found the capitulation move. You know, it's flushed out very, very nicely. It's come up really nicely now, and it's broken this kind of W that it's formed. So for me, this is a great time.
When you think, yeah, I see it. When you think of getting in, are you like thinking in shares or like long-term swing contracts, like calls?
Well, this thing's too volatile and the premiums are too wild for me and my account size to feel comfortable sleeping at night with big swings and options on the semis.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest, you know. So for the most part, I'm a shares guy for these plays because the leverage is already there. Sometimes I'll dabble in the 2x shares, or every once in a while the SOX L for the triple leverage.
PN is holding. Looks nice.
PN, let's take a look real quick. Oh wow, yeah, nice and real constructive there, and the volume isn't dropping off. It's just holding really steady up here. So yeah, any entry off of the 21-minute here is nice. We talked about it coming, basically forming that higher low, that W pattern. Looks like I was yapping and missed it, but not looking to trade these small caps when we got the big large caps coming up. That's what I'm really excited for, kind of saving my energy for. But we have this demand zone where we wanted to see the W, the higher low off. I believe I said $7 proper. Okay, literally to the penny. Not too shabby, not too shabby. We'll see if this keeps playing out how I would expect and pushes on higher. Let's see. We got Gulzar in the chat saying SpaceX is dead. Let's take a look at it. Still dropping? Oh, that's ugly. Cannot find a bid.
I'm going to take a quick little scalp on PN here. It's
PN?
being really
Okay,
volatile.
I like that. I like that. We'll keep it up for you here. Watching on the right as we cycle through things on the left here. SPX also looking really nice for a long here. This is one that I would consider taking if I was trading right now. So this is a good one here. I'm still in programmer brain because, Alejandro, I think we talked earlier about what I've been making. I'll show you guys that after, and then we'll get into the earnings.
Yeah, I'm excited
Watching.
for that.
Yeah, PN. Hopefully we can get the candle close over this kind of W, the top here, to really get this party started, get the move up to 950-ish, I hope, going. SPX kind of hanging out here, not doing a whole lot, and I wouldn't expect a whole lot other than maybe a 5 to 10 point scalp up to this kind of prior level of interest. See, we traded here at 75.16 or so for quite a while, dropped down about 10 points. I think we can just come back and then decide where we're going from there. Let's see. Asking in the chat, do you think SpaceX is a good buy for long term? I do not, and here's why. Here's why.
We were
SpaceX.
just talking about that earlier.
Yeah, well, it's important. It bears repeating because this one is going to continue to be really heavy. This is we drew two paths. Well, I drew two paths. The first one, this one, drew it right here on this day. I was expecting a little bit of a pop and then just washing on down. It decided to not give me any entry and just wash out without me. That's fine. I drew this one recently on this day because I thought maybe it would get a pop into the lockup. So far, I think that I'm just wrong about this one. I don't think it's got any juice at all. And I was waiting for it to test this 9-day. Still not getting in there. Do I think it's a good long-term buy? It's going to take a long time. And that's because essentially there's a lot of mechanical selling that still is in effect. So it's called the lockup structure. And what it tells you is that basically there are only about 15%, it's either 10 or 15%, somewhere around there, of SpaceX shares available to trade. There's still a lot that are like locked up. As those shares become available to trade, more and more insiders who have been holding since it wasn't even listed, so valuation's much lower, they'll be using that window as they're allowed to cash out, to sell those shares. So basically, just over time, it's like all of this volume just pressures it down like a big heavy blanket. So there's no real reason to rush into it. If you believe in the SpaceX trade, which I don't disagree, I bet you that it'll recover and eventually be an amazing investment if you wait 5, 10, 15 years. It's just who's to say if it's going to take 1 year, 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, more? We'll have plenty of signs that this trade is back on when it's time to get back in. But as of now, no reason to tie up money in this. Anybody telling you to is not, doesn't have your best interest in mind. What was that, Alejandra?
I just trimmed half.
Awesome. I love it. You were saying it right as it popped there into the prior swing high. Great trim there, following our line perfectly. Love to see that. And I bet you it's going to keep on curling up. It's just every 1 minute candle is going to be so violent and jagged, even if it doesn't look like
my heart pump.
I know. And they happen really in jagged moves. And that was a 5% 1 minute candle, so since you've been in, you probably got like
shares.
Whoa. All right. So you made some money there. You made some money. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm still holding half.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. AMD looking beautiful here. And it's starting to look actually a lot like NVIDIA. And I'm going to bring that onto my other screen here to show you what I mean by that. What I mean by that is
back down. So now I see the second leg coming down.
Okay, well, we can take a look in just a second. I'm still seeing chips. No worries. I'm seeing chips just very strong at the high of their day. And when the leader is high like that, it's going to make shorts tougher because they're not really fading. They're trading sideways and resting while the rest of the market's pulling back. Then when they're ready to go, the market has their back, so to speak. What I wanted to show is NVIDIA on the right here. Got this scallop top. It looked like it was going to fail, but then it just ended up smashing down and basically rating stops from down in here, this first low, and then ripping, breaking the pattern and exploding to the upside. AMD, I think it wants to do the same thing here. I think it's a very, very similar pattern, just on a shorter time frame. If we put this to a weekly, it'll look a lot more similar. Yeah, very similar there. So essentially what I think we're seeing is a rebasing, a resetting up. And for NVIDIA, when it was time is when it broke that trend line, that neckline, or when it broke this horizontal level, either way. We're getting this horizontal level tested here, and it seems like we're breaking. Then we also have this downtrend line for AMD that's about to test. So maybe it chops a little bit more in this kind of above 550 to under 570, 550 to 570 would be a nice range for it to chop in for a day or two if it's not ready to break out. But these chips might just go. They got a really nice washout, and I have become a big bull in the past couple days based on how they're acting. If they start acting worse, then, you know, I'll change my opinion. Strong conviction held lightly, but I think that there's a lot of room for AMD to catch up. Also, just if we take a look at this cool chart, this is going to be AMD over NVIDIA. This shows the relative strength back and forth. So to me, all that this is really showing to me is that AMD probably still has more kind of torque, more room to the upside compared to NVIDIA, but they can both go up together. And I think that essentially they're both an amazing trades. AMD in the kind of CPU part of the trade, a little more heavily focused than you know, NVIDIA on those GPUs, those what is it? Rubin's the most recent one. Yeah, so though they're different parts of the same trade, I think AMD has more room here. Let's see what else we got. Adrian saying, it keeps repeating and I finally caught it. Got long on CoreWeave, AMD, and shorted ServiceNow and Palantir. Yeah, they keep doing that. You're right. So this is another very important chart to watch, and that is SMH over IGV. So this is hardware versus software. What's going?
PN.
PN? Oh, baby. Let's get liftoff. So see how orderly these are acting, guys?
Oh my gosh, let's go!
Oh, you said you trimmed, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Now this is the area where you probably want to put raise your stop up, you know, just in case it wicks out really violently and rejects. That being said, so far it's acting so nice, isn't it? And now if you put your wick under the or your stop under the last bottom wick there, give it a little bit of room, but like 740 or so, then you're probably pretty safe, because if it comes back below that, it's probably a failed breakout, you know? And failed breakouts on these, they can drop fast. Just make sure you have a stop in, because large share size, they can hurt you real bad if this thing decides to go back to prices that it was at the start of the stream, right? Because that would be a 17% drop. So just something to consider there.
In profit a lot, and then I'll be risking like $95 if anything.
Awesome. That's the perfect way to play them.
$9.
Look at that, catching it live. I love it. So that's what we're watching on the right side here. On the left side, still the daily chart comparing chips to software. So check cashers to check writers. You see what I'm saying there? So when you have that kind of dynamic, it's really important to keep an eye on it, because in general, we're bullish chips over software, just in general, for a good reason, right? There's a lot of hardware and infrastructure spend that needs to be kind of invested into, and the companies that are going to profit from it, they have big, deep pockets, and they're willing to lose money for a while to acquire, dominance in the space. Talking all those mega caps, those hyperscalers. So because of this, there's always going to be mean reversion trades, but in general, nice continuation there on PN. Let's look for your upside targets real quick before I keep yapping. Next big one.
$9.
9 solid. The 200-day, I'm pretty sure it's beelining for that, and that's at 950. So that should be a big liquidity draw, that big level. But it could always stop before then. But 950, and then the next level 1185. Would love to see you hold a few shares to some of these stretch targets if you're comfortable with it, just as a proof of concept, because you're doing so great just letting this trade work, and you already secured the majority of what you're actually risking, right? So now it's just easy peasy. Just easy street here, watching these moving averages, letting it keep going up. So I love that. We'll keep watching this as we.
I'm my risk into profit. My profit target is $9, and it's literally about to hit it like in 10 cents.
Beautiful. Awesome. That's amazing. So here you go. We're doing it live, folks. Doing it live every day here at Trade the Pool. Why am I not mad about missing it? Well, because we'll get another one just the next time. This is teaching you how to fish, guys. Teaching you how to fish. So SMH here over IGV, we're strongly watching these chips. And this is why, again, I'm really focused on these larger moves that are going to last for days and might be months, weeks, because those are that's the easier money for me to make. It's less, brain intensive when I'm streaming live all the time and having to do presentations and a billion other things. Manage an app now. We're going to talk about that in a sec. So basically, I want to give people who are maybe watching at their desks at work, or maybe you guys are scalping, but you're scalping to fund your swing trading or your investment accounts. I want to put you guys on the right track for those accounts, because you know what? It's less glamorous, but that's where the real wealth is compounded. We generate income scalping, but we put that into the market, into really good positions, really good high quality companies that we can just trust and sleep well at night. What is up, Tyler? How you doing, brother?
Hi,
Good
Tyler.
to see you.
Hi,
We are.
Adrian. Hi, Michael.
I think it's safe to say we're having a good day over here, Alejandra. Yeah.
Yeah, we're having a pretty good day.
You good. I hear it. I hear it in your voice. I can tell when you're trying to be cool. Like you're like, yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. This doesn't sound like a fine whatever. This sounds like a good day. I'm here for it. It's still looking very strong here. Tyler's cheering on his Marvell, and we're talking semis, so perfect timing there. I think that I'm with Adrian here that it is time to shuffle on back into the semiconductor trade. It's where I want to be long for my bullish, fundamental bias anyway. I like the some of the software trades as mean reversions, but they're primarily trades. It's not that I don't believe Microsoft's going higher. It's just I would rather be more in chips. And then, my Microsoft is more like they're forcing me to buy it because it's too cheap and I know it's too cheap. So that's, just kind of different mentalities for different partitions of my port. But for the risky stuff, for the risk on trades, I love these names starting to carve out some really nice bases, retest some nice areas where they pushed off from, and give some really good potential entries. What I'd love to see is one more push down in the chip space in the next week or so to give this us a nice higher low to buy into, just like we did it on the 1 minute chart here for PN. Yes, we are watching, Mike. We're trading it, in fact. Alejandra's live trading this PN. She has a runner position, I believe, from where'd you enter in?
My entry was 768.
768. Nice. So kind of breaking this little intermediary W here that we always talk about. So the same move we see there on the 1 minute, we'd love to see that on Marvell, like this. So essentially we have the capitulation, the sharp move down, then it's a mean reversion move up. If it's a real move up, it should be, on decent volume, which seems like it's decent volume so far. We want to see the small pullback. We really want to see the volume coming in before it gets to this low, right? And turning the corner here, and then start to smash through this 9-day moving average and reclaim bullish momentum. We're seeing it cross over on the oscillator as well. And this is a very common look in the space. So today, what did I do? I just bought, I was a little overwhelmed, too many things happening, and I don't have my full list ready for y'all for all of the different ways I want to break down my AI basket. So as a placeholder, I bought some of the stuff that was working very clearly. I just bought SOXL just to get my foot in the door. I have taken half of that off, and I've now shifted to a little bit of MU. I like MU and DRAM. Still a big fan of the memory. And then I have my core positions in NVIDIA and in Dell. We heard some Dell talking, and that's actually what really got me excited for the trade again, because like Adrian's mentioning here, the risky Dell, well, a lot less risky than 24 hours ago. Everybody was saying this thing was not high quality. It was going to give all this move back. It's not what the chart was telling me, and I listened to the chart more than anything else. So we had this kind of intermediate pivot here. Maybe I'm being a little generous with this and should drop more like that. But essentially, this intermediate pivot was where I was watching for us to kind of reclaim, for the party to really get started. We did a few things of interest. First off, this is the range top that needs to break for us to really cook. We also had the range bottom here, which didn't undercut, but basically we held, this kind of low area here too, as the 50 came up. So this is one of the leading charts in the sector. SMCI's earnings were amazingly bullish for it from a fundamental perspective, looking very, very nice on this weekly chart, just holding sideways while the rest of the sector was dropping very heavily. This one only gave back, still 25%, but for me, this is a high and tight flag, and I'd expect this to lead the way up. So I got my Dell, I got my NVIDIA. These are both in the compute kind of side of things. I still am holding my energy trade here in GEV. It is getting beat a little bit today. And that is because it is, we did have the earnings. We can talk about that later. I'm not too worried. I may be ready to buy more shortly. I'm waiting for this 950 level if it gives it to me. What I'm looking to expand into, though, I'm thinking VRT. Thinking VRT looks very, very good in the same space. So I haven't pulled the trigger here yet, but this is one that I will be buying in the next week or so. And then there's a few other areas of the AI trade that we can talk about as well. But for the most part, I'm covering like 80% of my bases by just being in NVIDIA. Very bullish on NVIDIA. That one's not going to move super fast though. So I like the juice for AMD. I'm considering AMD. That'd be kind of my last one in that space. And then Dell, awesome trade there, working well. but I want to get more in the weeds. You know, I want to talk photonics. I want to talk some alternatives, like the potential narratives that we could be seeing on the way to spot or to the AI trade growing much higher. So Adrian mentioning neoclouds, I am going to be talking neoclouds, but it's a smaller allocation. Another smaller allocation, which might end up growing bigger and bigger, is basically the bet on China's successful continued commoditization of AI. And basically what that means is they're spending a lot of resources on a state level, on a government level, to kind of accelerate their trade and have it catch up with our frontier models. They are doing a great job at that so far. Kimmy's K3 releases, stellar, very, very cool stuff there. And because of that, I think that it's important to have some allocation of your long-term AI trade basket to some of these Chinese companies. They're being offered at an amazing discount now. And we also have Xi kind of starting to sign, show the bat signal in terms of them turning the spigot on in terms of dovish policy, potentially stimulus. I don't know. You never know. But what I do know is that I'm very, very bullish on names like Baba on a very long-term perspective. And this is a very much an AI trade for me. Baba, KWeb, I think these are great deals long-term. And one more for you, Baidu. This is a full stack or fully integrated AI trade. Sorry, Alejandro, I'm yapping, but this is the stuff I get most excited about talking about. How you doing in your trade there?
I'm just holding. I'm watching it. It pulled back a little bit, but it's holding and still going strong. Actually, you can pretty much use ICT concepts as well. Like I see a 1 minute bullish for Valley Gap. It taps into it. I have a VWAP here for, I don't know, illustration purposes.
I can show your screen if you want. I'm still showing mine. Would you like me to pop over? Can I? Yes, I can.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
Okay. So, yeah, there's a 1 minute gap here. I'm still trying to get used to this new platform since it's my first month using it. So I don't really have like the drawings that I would like, but anyway, I can just see the gaps here. So we have a 3 candle formation where I created a space in between with this price push and price. And then it was literally almost about to hit my profit target. I'm pretty sure it might actually continue to go higher than $9, but that's just my profit target because I don't want to be greedy. It'll be 20%. That's more than the average.
More than the average trade. Because you're smarter than the average trader. How about that?
Exactly. More than the
There you go.
average
Here's your
trader.
volume coming in.
Yeah, so there's the volume coming in. I don't see volume. I don't know
Where is your
to
volume? I was
find.
about to yell at you. Where you can't even tell how big this move is.
Listen, I just traded the candles in price action. I don't really care.
We're gonna talk later.
I know.
Where's
I
Hamid
know.
to come and yell at you? No,
I know, right?
I'm all for stripping almost every lines off your screen, but volume. I will evangelize volume to you later, and we'll see if I can sway you. But I think it's very much worth the visual clutter that it brings.
Let me see. Where would it be? Oh, okay. What? This doesn't tell me anything. The volume is descending. There's no volume
On
coming
a
in.
1 minute chart on PN, I just saw a big old pop on the last 1 minute. Interesting, it actually isn't. It's showing on TradingView. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll see who's right. For me, that was all right, a good sign there.
So I have 2 indications though. Anytime it's above UF, obviously we have buyers coming in and buyers are holding it up. So I have my risk into profit. It's $60 into profit. If it doesn't go my way, it's totally fine. I already locked in half my profits, and I'm holding 500 shares. So this gap and VWAP taps into it. I think it'll continue to keep pushing. Let me just see what the actual high day is here that we talked about earlier.
The prior high a day is all the way up to 1180.
9 some. Oh, okay, yeah. No, 1182 for sure. Yeah.
And it's possible, these things can just run and run and run. They can do some crazy things, but when they turn off, they turn off hard. Let's see. I want to get to a few comments here, and then we're going to start getting ready to talk earnings. We'll start with the charts, and then we'll get into the presentation. That'll take about half an hour. Then we're going to really rock and roll, kick things off. It's going to be a blast. I think, Alejandra, if you see any good setups on the earnings, I'd love to see you take them because you are dialed in today, it seems like. Josh will be in here trading them as well. I'll try to get my hands dirty in between the presentations, but I think now is a perfect time for a promo here. So, guys, we have an amazing deal coming up with Trade the Pool, and in just a sec when Ayusha's ready, we're going to get that on screen and tell you a little bit about it. Boom! How about that for production value? He's ready. And this is our big week, bigger accounts bonus here. So you can get a lot more buying power for only 48 hours. You like the sound of that? You're rubbing your hands together like Birdman? Like, come on, bring it to me. I love it. That's what it's all about. We're giving more of what people love, which is the opportunity to trade your favorite stocks in size, And we're not talking about, okay, you don't have to just trade 3 shares of Tesla because that's what your account may allow. You can get an account and trade with a much bigger portfolio. You can trade with 100 shares of that Tesla. Maybe you go the double leverage TSLA. All of a sudden, now you're trading 200 shares of Tesla like it's nothing. Now, you got a chance in 48 or for the next 48 hours here to double your size too. So instead of, I'm sorry, not double your size. That would be wild. That'd be crazy, Alejandra. But we're giving you a nice fat bonus on top of it, an extra 20%. And that's both on a 50K, bump that up to a 60K at no extra cost to yourself. Or on this 100K, you can move it on up to 120K. And that is what I think I will be doing myself. I got to purchase one of those before this ends because I know I'm going to forget it. So I'm literally setting an alarm in my phone for this evening. There it is, guys. Now you know I'm about it. So you guys can join too. Just go on over to tradethepool.com and you'll see the bonuses right there on the front page. We're advertising them because we want to get this buying power into your hands.
When is it released, or is it already released?
It should be good to go right now. Ayush, tell me if that's not the case, but I do believe. Okay, it came out yesterday, so today is your last chance. Guys, today's your last chance. I'm not going to twist your arm, but I'm going to do it. That's all I can say. Not financial advice, but I'm sure going to be walking away with one of those 120Ks because I want to trade some size. I want to trade some size coming up. I think there's going to be some really fun earnings next week, and I want to get into it. Speaking of fun moves, though, PN just grinding on up, following this moving average for you. Let me get it dragged over there. Perfect. And so we can just see inching on up, the daily on the right here. I think it's got room up to this 200-day. I think that's what it's magnetizing to. So I love this setup. It'll be call it 950. I'm seeing what is it? Actually, if I hold this, I think we can 966 technically.
All right, I moved my risk into profit a little bit more, and then I moved my profit target a little higher. But once I see 9, if it has to stay at 9, I'm gonna get out.
Well, I like that because you're just staying flexible. You're saying like, hey, I know that if I cash out over 9, I'm gonna be happy. So if we get over 9, I'm not going to sell just because it hits the target. But if it hits the target, gets over, and then shows a little weakness, I'm not going to wait for it to come back and make me mad about it. So that's the thing I think is kind of important, especially when trading with leverage, to know when greed is good and when it's too much. Like right now, we're starting to show that I don't know what we're going to do. We're just testing our demand zone under here in that ribbon. You can see the candle did close, or at least showed an incentive to want to eat that dip up and close high. But there's always a chance that this thing could crack down really hard and, change your plans. So far, it looks like we're going to get the nice push up here. So I'm happy that you're on the right side of this one. Because I think a lot of newer traders would have said, hey, we just tagged a previous day's high, and this thing is not a high-quality company. I'm going to go short, or like 820 or something. And they would just be getting cooked here, just absolutely cooked. And they couldn't really figure out why, because they're going, hey, we grabbed the liquidity here. What are we reaching for? Well, baby, there's more liquidity at the 200. There's more liquidity at the next wick up. And it's all about the battle. It's the shifting dynamics. So often, when you reach over this major wick, that will be enough to shift the dynamics. There will be enough sellers there to smack price down. But then price will tell you. You don't have to guess, guys. You don't have to guess. You can just let price tell you what it wants to do. Right now, price is telling me with these 3 big volume candles here, and really all this big volume, that price wants up. And there you go. Alejandra is off the stream because she's heading to Vegas. She's going out. She's yacht shopping right now. That's where she's at because she is about to get her fills over 9 like we were talking about. I'm sure she's freaking out here trying to get back on stream and manage this trade. So we'll give her a few minutes to get in and figure it all out. But great job there. Want to give her one of these because that is a really nice trade there. And just clean too. We went into drawdown, and this was a big 20% plus move. We'll be generous, say our entry was 767. I think it was a little bit lower, but 21% clean. Oh, right back at you, Smoke Tuna. You catch a little bit of this one too? This was a clean one. Thank you for whoever put this on our radar. I think, actually, was this one of the one I was watching already? It was. Okay, thank you, me. But thank you, Mike Ryder, for putting it on my radar too. Double checking on that. By the way, seeing some names that aren't familiar to me in the chat, so welcome on in. Probably some of Alejandra's crew, Alejandra's gang in the house. So shout outs to, apologies if I'm saying this wrong, Urquidi, URQUIDI. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being in here. And let me know how bad I butchered that. Pops Mafia asking, what do I think about UPS now? Well, I think that I wish I didn't get scared out of my runner because I was in options. And let's talk about the trade here. Also keeping an eye on the time. In about 7 minutes, we'll start the presentation on earnings because it's a big one. It's a big one, guys. So UPS was a really beautiful setup. We were trading it on the back test, the breakout in the digestion of this kind of zone of interest here at 108 to 110 in particular. So here's the thing. My entry was too good, guys. My entry was too good. I basically got in a starter on this day somewhere around like 108.50 or something like that. And then it came back and back tested 109 and I added. So a few things happened. The very next day, we had a really nice bullish day and we closed near the high. Right into the close, since it was such a strong close, I said, all right, well, it's over my first trim level of a 111.11. You know, very nice number there. 1111111. Anyways, so first target acquired. I'm up to 2 contracts. It gave me that second look. I added another one. This is, small, still small position to me. I only wanted to risk 2 contracts, August contracts, basically risking a couple $100 on the trade. I never like to pin my hat to one trade and make, I never want to lose more on one trade than I make, just working during a day. Because that's just not good for my headspace, when I have to be aware of all the things in the markets, just a personal thing. So that's how much I'm willing to risk. And now I know that I owe it to myself to pay the trader. I owe it to myself for overnight for, 20 minutes of work, essentially, not even that. I made 120, 130, 150 bucks, something like that. So I locked in that and then price kind of, hello? Who's there? Welcome back. Welcome back. I was gonna say. So, did you? How do you manage this one before we get into finish the UPS?
Well, my internet went off, so I had my profit targets already set, and then I had my other broker over here, and I look and it hits 958. I'm like, oh my god, I had it at 940.
Yeah. What did we say? We said 960, but call it 950. So there you go. Yeah. Love it. Love it. So you cashed out a good chunk there. Do you still have some runners or are you all out?
No, I'm flat.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Excellent. So I don't think it's done because it did hold. That being said, I sure wouldn't cry about that exit. That's a beautiful exit. And you could always wait and see if it gives another entry, a better entry. Right now, it's just a thought, a prayer, not a prayer because I'm flat too. I think it goes higher just based off the strength here. But I love the fact that you're definitely selling to where we know that there will be a pullback and we don't know how big it is. So great stuff there. Let me finish up wrapping up this UPS trade for Pops Mafia. Sorry, unless you want to, do you have anything else about this guy here?
No, I was just going to say, I don't know when, I think maybe yesterday, I bought 1,000 shares of INLF and I'm still holding.
Oh, no. I mean, maybe it's good. What is it doing?
It's holding.
It's holding? You are very brave. When did you buy this?
Yesterday? I don't know.
Well, dude. Oh, I thought it was going to be a horror story. You're up like 80%, 50%?
No, I'm down like 5%. It's okay.
What in tarnation? How are you down? This thing's up 50% on the day.
INLF? Probably because I entered really. My entry's really bad. It's at a current price $350. I bought it at $360.
today. You bought it today.
Oh, yesterday.
Yesterday it was down here at $2. Maybe after hours. Let me check after hours.
I don't know, but anyway, I'm still holding it.
I don't know what you did. I'm so confused. Did you buy like 2 weeks ago?
Well, maybe it was last week, yeah.
I know time goes fast. I think you might have bought it last week and it just came back for you.
Yeah, that's crazy. Whoa, my internet's glitching big time. Oh, there we go. I need to go to Verizon and fix my Wi-Fi.
Dude, I think there's something going on because I was having issues earlier today. We're not very far geographically. There might be something going on there. One thing of note, you got so lucky. I'm just like, oh my God. This is a great teachable moment. I would strongly recommend not holding these penny stocks or swinging them unless you have a real.
I'm literally about to close it. Like I'm only down like $80.
Awesome. We can talk about what it's doing intraday. See if maybe you save a little bit more here. But for me, I would maybe. Yeah, you're braver than me. Let's put it like that. I don't think it looks terrible intraday, but I would definitely like keep a stop under like 320, 330, something like that. I wouldn't give much more back. Let's put it like that. Definitely under the low of the day at $3.
I don't like how it's moving, so I'm just gonna get out.
Oh, fair enough. I would look at that as a get out of jail free card, whether you're down 80, 50, 100, it's all the same. You could have been 300, 400. I think I needed to wrap up UPS. Sorry, let me keep on track here. So basically, I had a full position here, and then the next day it got to my first take profit, and it got there a little faster than I anticipated. I took one off there, and then next price, wasn't worried, but we had pullback, made me feel smart about trimming. The next day, we try to break out, and it's looking really good, trading over 113 until somebody tries to knife my stock. They put out a hit piece saying Amazon's going to eat their lunch. UPS is going to be a zero. It's going bankrupt tomorrow. That's the tone, at least. That's what it felt like when that giant red candle hit, taking us from 113 all the way down to under 110. And you know what I said? Man, my premiums just went from up 40% to dead flat break even, and there's news coming out, and we just tried to break out and failed, at least initially. So for me, I had to ice the trade. I had to take it off and say, hey, I made 40% on one contract. I made break even on another. That's fine. If I didn't get a chance to add that second contract, I wouldn't be crying about that trim. So I had to look at it like that. 40% in 2 days, 3 days is a good trade. Definitely wasn't the correct move, though. If I had waited for this candle to close, which I didn't, that was my biggest mistake. Then if I had closed up here, I would have felt a lot better about holding, and it would have ground up and paid me with a nice big surge. On this big candle, I would have definitely been selling my last position. I do think it goes higher. I just think it needs to give me a much better look. Now it's extended on the weekly. The reason I was interested a couple weeks ago is that it was not extended off the weekly, right? It was very tight into that 9-week moving average. Now, not so. I would probably need to see it test and hold this rising 21, but I still like the company. Let me speed run some of this real quick. We got some good names here. We are going to maybe go not in the perfect order here. I want to hit on Ricky's first just because I like these names and have these charts in the top of my mind too. IBM, it has earnings today, but it did also pre-report. I think the most of the damage is done. It's still getting punished today, but I think that's just the money coming out of the unlovables. This is back in the casket, back in the unlovable basket after a couple weeks of being the hot thing on the block. Anyways, now I still see that trade kind of continuing, and that you can see that on IGV as well. Just ugly all day long, despite SPY being flat and SMH being up. Very chattily, very strong candle there. Testing this downtrend line. Love it. So what I'm basically getting at here is it's got to come from somewhere. The money's got to come from somewhere. So seeing the selling. What's that?
I like TC. I'm going to get addicted to these small caps.
Oh, TC? Oh, no. You got her hooked, guys. On the day, it's very, very strong on that daily candle, testing that 250 and volumes coming in. Let's see. We have an imbalance. We have an imbalance at 240. I don't know if it reaches back down there. This thing might also, I don't know, might halt if it really starts to get going. But I like it too. I just got to see where we're reaching. Potentially reaching up to 281. Less than last time, probably. I don't know. Well, what's wrong with 100 shares and you make or lose $50? You know, what's wrong with that?
No, we only live once.
You heard it here first, folks. I think it's time to switch on over into the actual earnings presentation here. So we're going to get on into that while Alejandra handles the small cap stuff. You can keep me posted on these trades, and we can switch over to your screen whenever you want. Just let me know, me or Ayush know, and we can get that over to you. Okay, and I'm just getting word that I got to switch on over to the other room, so bear with me 1 minute. Folks, you guys don't turn that dial. Stay right here, and I'll be back in just a flash for that earnings presentation. Don't move it, because it's going to be fun, guys. This is what we've been waiting for all week.